Good Saturday evening, everybody. Welcome back to Woodbine Mohawk Park here in Campbellville, Ontario, as we tee up Saturday night harness action. Our premiere night, we've got a busy slate, 13 dashes, one trotting event right off the bat. Rest of them will be pacing dashes, including some great ones. A nice-looking open for both the boys and the girls. We've got a short field, but lots of talent in an OSS Gold tilt and a pumped-up wagering menu. About 45 away from the opener, 23 Celsius, 73 Fahrenheit. A little bit of a breeze out there coming from the south tonight at 7 kilometers an hour. Let's get you caught up with the early changes. Race 1 kicks off the first of 3 pick 5 opportunities. The early one is guaranteed at $75,000. Number 1, Wolverine Legend, scratched sick. Take out the 1 Wolverine Legend. Number 4, Stonebridge Wings. Side rules to a blind bridle. Side rules to blind tonight on the 4 Stonebridge Wings. Race 2, here's the OSS Gold, leg 3 in the series for the sophomore pacing fillies. There's no show wagering in this compact group of a half dozen. No other changes to report. Early pick 4 underway in race number 3, where 6 Macapello Sealster, shoe change behind from aluminum to steel. Aluminum to steel behind on the 6 Macapello Sealster. A couple of scratches here. 7 Chief's Dream Girl is vet sick. And 10, Only the Good Die Young, a judge's scratch. Take out 7 and 10 from race 3. Pick 6 underway in race number 4. Judge's scratch here of the 1 Lady Freight. Lady Freight, a judge's scratch from race 4. Tonight's 5th race is all clear. Race 6 to kick off the mid-pick 5. No changes. Fillies and Mares open pace in the 7th. No changes. Race number 8 is all clear. 9th race starts the late pick 5. It's the open pace. There's no show wagering here either. No other changes to report. Race number 10 to kick off the late pick 4. Another scratch due to sickness. This time it's 3 Stingray Dale. Scratch the 3 Stingray Dale. Vet sick. Race 11, number 9, Delray Beach. Steel to aluminum shoes behind tonight. Steel to aluminum behind. Shoe change on number 9, Delray Beach in the 11th. Race number 12, just note that the 2 Snack Attack, not missing any chart lines. Chart lines are all up to date. And the High Five Finale. Race 13, no changes. Carryover nearly $42,000. 42 away from the first of 13 on a busy Saturday night. Sit tight. It's Woodbine Racing Live up next.
The Woodbine Mohawk Park Racetrack is located within the traditional lands of the Mississaugas of the Credit of the Anishinaabe peoples and the Haudenosaunee, on whose traditional territory we meet. Mohawk, our namesake, is one of the Haudenosaunee nations, Kanyen-Kahaka, meaning the people of the Flint. This territory is covered by the Dish with One Spoon Wampum Belt Covenant, an agreement between the Anishinaabe and the Haudenosaunee to peacefully take care of the land and resources around the Great Lakes. Woodbine Entertainment is honored to care for this land, our human and equine athletes, and provide a place to race responsibly that offers a meaningful way of life for thousands of Ontario families. Miigwech, Niawen, Kanaskomitten, merci, thank you.
Campbell is still the best, 19 in a row. Campbell
Battle to the wire. Harmony Chef wins the Simcoe Stakes.
He's big, he's strong, and he has got it going on. Top 25, Canada's horse. Sunbeach somewhere.
Yeah, motivated, I'm focused.
They're up and pacing.
This is the moment. Gotta one on my opponent.
McWicked on the outside.
Gotta get it, the mindset. Gotta put it in motion.
You gotta be kidding me. PCI wins the million.
Game time, bet I'm coming in clutch. No hang time, man, they can't keep up. The game's on the line, seconds.
Lean back, get your picture taken.
Crowning moment on Canadian soil for Bulldog Hanover.
Motivated, I'm focused.
A late push from Confederate. It's my show. Wins the big show.
This is the moment.
Good evening, everybody. Welcome inside the studio. Chad Rosema here to help out with the pregame show as we kick off what's going to be a very busy Saturday night. It's already been a great couple of days of racing. We've seen plenty of Ontario Sire Stakes. We're going to get a little bit of that here tonight early on with another Gold coming up. We've got some open paces, but with 13 races, it means there's going to be ample opportunity for you to cash. We've got plenty of multi-legs, including the additional pick 5. That'll start in race number 9. That's for the late wager. As I bring in Randy Waples, the Hall of Famer here, you and I are just kind of reacting out of town. The Meadows, it's their big day. The Adios has just wrapped up. Burke, obviously well positioned. He had 5 of 9 in there, but Al Papi went to the front, and Yannick Gingras a bit of hold on. We see our colleague John Rallis right now.
In the center of the action.
Yeah, of course. He's just, getting another notch on his belt. Whatever track he can knock off. He's never been to that one. And I know he was excited about the opportunity, but congrats to the connections. Didn't get to see if odds on Mr. Mamba held on to second yet or not.
I would say not,
Okay.
but I agree.
And he's third. Malillo was the one that was trying to chase him down.
On the end of it.
But a big trip. I mean, he was first over from before the half or even around the half, somewhere like that.
He did. It was a good race that he put up and everything, but I think this horse went the better race because he did all the work. And if you watch the replay, halfway around the last turn, he makes a break.
He said
he starts to run. He moves him out across the track, and then he was third. So he gave James every opportunity to now make up the ground, and guess what? He couldn't. Yeah. This thing was still rocking. Al Papi, this is a different, there's the first part of the season, and now this is the middle part of the season. And right now, I think it belongs to Al Papi.
Yeah, and, Al Papi's been one of those horses, he's hit the board in a lot of those big events, but maybe not getting, last year, obviously, he's a world champion. He set that world record.
As a 2-year-old.
Might have been at that track.
Yeah, 48.
48-1, I think, as a 2-year-old.
I think so.
Or something like that. But he didn't get those massive wins. Now he gets a nice little win under his belt. And, when you think of that 3-year-old division, obviously going into the season, we were all hopeful it was going to be, Bojangles and then the others. But, at this point right now, Bojangles just came back qualifying yesterday. By all accounts, he's ready to roll again. You've got him. You've got, obviously, Brandon Boulevard. You've got Al Papi, odds on Mr. Mamba. This could be a nice season-long division.
It's still wide open.
Yeah.
That's the whole thing. It's still wide open. Yeah. But I would say, it goes in different, you got the early part of the season, the mid part of the season, then the late part of the season, and early part of the season, I say it goes to odds on Mamba. He won the biggest race that we had. Middle of the season, maybe I was a little bit too quick. I'd say go Al Papi and Brandon Boulevard in the middle part of the season, and then we'll see what happens towards the end of it. This is just one of those years where it was supposed to be basically one horse was going to absolutely crush the 3-year-old Pacing Colts, and now it is completely wide open. I don't think that there is a clear-cut favorite at all.
And we still have lots of big races left. We're just kind of getting going.
Be Perfect looked down there tonight, too.
Crushed.
If there's any Be Perfect fans out there, Tony Beaton in the winner's circle with Be Perfect, 49 flat, I think.
Yeah, and Doc Moore had a couple of real nice 2-year-olds that were 1-2 in their debuts here. Shalom Hanover and Mascarpone. They both won today, but Shalom Hanover just stepped away from his rivals and did that. A lot of the good ones do that, where they just stand up tall and they just look like a perfectly well-oiled machine. And I think he went 50-4.
Yeah. He more or less, to me anyway. There, I can't really think of a 2-year-old Pacing Colt that we've seen up here locally that impressed me as much as him. Not just the fact that he's winning, it's the gait that he brings with it. He's got like a huge stride for not a big horse. You would think with a stride like that, he'd be a big horse. He kind of reminds me of Real Desire. That was his biggest thing. He wasn't a big horse, but he was long, and his stride was very, very long, and I think that that's what we're getting with Shalom Hanover. He's by far the one that has impressed me the most so far.
Just a sidetrack. Remember that horse a couple of years ago that Cullen had that was a Real Desire? And he wore, what did he wear, like a 65-inch hobble
65, and then I think he let them out to like 66 or something like that.
I forget the horse's name, but when you said Real Desire, and I just got thinking of that.
That was the first thing that I noticed about him the first time that I drove him or whatever. He wasn't overly big, but he was long, like longer than what he was taller, you know what I mean? And then when you got behind him, he just had this ground-eating gait that was completely flawless, which is basically what I see with Shalom Hanover.
Yeah. I know you're off last night, and, when we're really busy like this, you have to try and let racing go a little bit to, ease your mind, kind of chill. but it's hard not to watch a little, or at least look at results. And I got a feeling you probably did.
You scan through them. I had one of them. It's been coming and coming and coming, but yesterday it finally arrived. That kind of smoke, sinus, migraine headache.
Okay.
It was a killer day yesterday. It really was. Went to the golfing range with my daughter in Milton, and even got about halfway through a bucket of balls, and it started to get to me then. And then so I didn't really look at a lot last night. Just kind of picked through the results today.
Well, here's a look at the fastest pacers from last night. Early on, Easy Station was able to win. She cruised to victory and then kicked home in 26 and change, I think, last night. 49-2 for her. That was the new life's mark. Setting a precedent, made a couple of moves. Madam Panic, Monty Amore with Dougie as well. Can't Turn You Down. Kicked off the card with a 52-1 victory. Then on the trotting side of things, it was a 2-year-old and Unstable Genius showing the way. The other 2-year-olds, because we had that lone goal, but we had a bunch of grassroots as well. 3 of the grassroots divisions all went in 57, but Graceful King and 55-4 was able to get up the inside, and Unstable Genius. And Unstable Genius, I know you were overly impressed by his debut and how professional he was, and I'd have to say he was professional here too. What we just saw was Doug's horse fortunate not to go down. He really put in a bad step there, and James is on the outside, then had to kind of check his horse a little, go to the inside. And I mean, even at this point, if you're betting this guy, you're still a little concerned, and then he just squeezes through here.
Yeah, no, just a really, really nice horse. I like the fact that the owner said that they named him after Maneri. Couldn't have been a better way to put it. Yeah, I mean, good horses find ways to win races. That's the best way to put it. It was a nice trip that he gave him on the run out. He's the best. I just think that he's our top 2-year-old trotting colt in that division right now. Anyway, I mean, nothing I've seen where anybody really else can go with him. And I mean, you just seen, I think on the time too, didn't he win in 54?
54-2, back-to-back 54.
Yeah, but then the next closest one was 55-4.
Yeah.
That's a big discrepancy.
Yeah,
That's 7 lengths difference.
Yep.
You know something, I was looking at those graphics. Something that we don't have here that we need here on the circuit? We need another 3-year-old pacing filly race to keep these 3-year-old pacing fillies here. There's a big lull between, when they start to race Grand Circuit, and then all of a sudden it just seems like we don't really have anything.
Yeah, I mean, we have the Fan Hanover that obviously goes with the NA Cup, but then what do we have later on the Simcoe?
That's what I'm saying. Yeah. There's really nothing in between. Yeah. We need something here, you know what I mean, to keep some of these 3-year-old fillies here.
But even when you think of the 3-year-old Colton Gelding Pacers after the NA Cup, do we have anything other than the Simcoe?
No, not really. Then the Grand Circuit rolls back around,
Yeah.
The Colts, the Colts, they're probably going to hit the road anyway. I just wish we had something here to kind of keep the fillies more here. Race for more money in Ontario. Maybe there's a chance that they'll stay in Ontario when it comes time to, breed them and stuff like that. I just wish we did a little bit more for the 3-year-old fillies.
You had to do a lot of handicapping tonight. We're kind of used to this now. Saturdays, 13.
I had to do Saturdays and Sundays today because I couldn't do any yesterday.
Yeah. You felt a little bit better in there. But when you look at the card, so obviously we know James is out of town. He's going to be heading from the Meadows to the Meadowlands. Louis was out of town, but he's coming back. Tyler Borth and Jody Jamieson, they've got commitments for the NDC tomorrow at Clinton, so they're out tonight. So I want to ask you, when you scan the program and you do your handicapping, who not named Louis, Bob, or Doug is maybe ready for opportunity knocks here tonight?
I honestly think it might be J.R. Plant.
Okay.
I think J.R. Plant's got some nice lineups in here tonight. You know what I mean? It's either tonight or tomorrow. Like I said, I did both of my picks today. So sometimes they have a tendency to bleed into one another, you know what I mean? But I'm pretty sure that J.R. Plant, I think has a big lineup. I think McNair has a big lineup, but Dougie has a big lineup all the time. I'm saying you're asking a question of all the people, say regular-wise that, we don't really see winning multiple races in a night. I think it's J.R. Plant.
Mark's got a lot of opportunities, too.
Mark, too.
Lately, I mean, he had another 2 last night and another narrow defeat. Almost got 3. It was only a couple of cards ago he had a couple of winners, too. So he's starting to get wins in bunches, too.
Yeah, that's only going to just come. That's it. You can't.
He's getting some nice 2-year-olds from Stacy and others.
Yeah, and you can't hold them off. I tried.
Yeah. Speaking of Louis, so he did go to Drive Shalom Hanover. Not sure if he was flying with Doc. And if he is, maybe Doc's got to hit the pedal a bit quicker because Louis is TBA in the opener on the 7 Tavern on the Green, which is obviously a horse that's going to be figured to be a major player in here. So who is going to pick up this drive? Does Bob have? Yeah, Bob's already got one in here in Stonebridge Wings, because that would be obviously another option to go for Luke Blay. What about Tyler Jones?
I think
no.
he's not in there? Okay.
No. Is Tyler here tonight?
Yeah.
Yeah, he is. So I won't be surprised if Tyler ends up picking this horse up.
Tyler's in the second race.
Yeah,
So,
yeah.
you know,
So
nice
won't be surprised if that. But anyway, at this point, TBA in here.
Maybe
and
Doc's going to parachute Louis right into the infield.
maybe he will. Yeah, or just land right.
Doc's
right
plane
into
has a
the infield.
parachute.
Really?
Doc's plane, yeah. If something goes wrong, it has a parachute.
So I will fly with him then. I'll feel
There
a
you
little
go.
safer.
Yeah. Good luck to you on that.
Yeah. So in the field of 9 here, where are you going?
I'm going to go to Mason Blue.
Yeah.
I mean, I know he made a break last week out of the 9-hole there. I mean, they don't usually make mistakes on McClure, but that was up in a goal. I just think that he's been the best grassrooter, and he gets his old sweater back in Doug. He gets middle of the gate, even with the scratch of the 1 that still moves him down into the 5. So I like him. I like him in here tonight. I
Anything
think
you saw that maybe caused the break?
No, not really. Not that I saw. I just
He's not known
kind
to
of a
do that.
disappointment. No. But he was, he was just in a spot where, it was going to be tough anyway. I think, I think that these are all really, really nice horses, but I look at them all more as grassrooters than I see gold. You know what I mean? I think Strobe Light so stands out in the golds right now.
Yeah, and a couple in here that maybe will be going back to gold when the next test is, but others, prepping for the next grassroots. Maybe a Stonebridge Wings, Marcel Berrio. Again, still very lightly raced. I'm not surprised he tried him in the gold, but I won't be surprised if he decides to pivot back to the grassroots with him. So everybody going to Maize and Blue, reunited with Doug McNair, and he'll just try to start another win streak in here. So again, awaiting the driver announcement on the 7 Tavern on the Green, but it looks like Louis Waugh not here at least for.
Anybody on the screen there? Anybody using the
Everybody's got the same
5
numbers.
I
No.
mean, is there any 5s there?
No.
Anybody looking for a sneaky horse in race number 1? Take a check out the 5 horse, the Green Gazoo. I won't be using him, but I'll tell you something, it was tough to stay away from him.
Yeah, good draw too.
Yeah, and he was good.
He's in good form right now.
Yes, he was in very good shape last week.
Our feature event comes up in race number 2. It is a lone gold tilt, leg 3 already in the series for these 3-year-old pacing fillies. I think they end up getting a bit of a break, kind of between whether it's the 4th to the 5th or this one to the 4th. But anyways, we've got a field of a half dozen. Some last night, like a Gentili, for instance, she's just trying to find her way. She got on the Lasix program. There were some others early on that are maybe opting to skip this. They could be in the grassroots, which is next week, and then it kind of gives them that grassroots starter race. But you've got the main players anyway.
Yes.
A Clean Deal and Dea. Dea's going to have Bob McClure. And I'm not sure, has anybody other than Jody ever driven her?
Daya?
Yeah.
I'm going to say no.
Yeah, like we know Jody's not here tonight.
Yeah, yeah,
but
I'm
Anyway,
gonna say
Bob
no.
obviously picks up a great one, but a Clean Deal in here, and it should just come down to kind of a matchup between this pair, shouldn't it?
I would have to think. I use the inside 4 horses. To me, they're all golds. Cackleberry's racing really, really good right now, but this is going to be a big step up for her. Romantic Beauty, same sort of a situation. They did try golds earlier on. She finished 4th. Form's still good, but I do kind of more or less look at her as a grassrooter too. No show in this one as well, Chad? So
No.
let's take a look at the replay on a Clean Deal. And Chad, there wasn't much sense in showing the qualifier. We seen that the other day. So let's take a look at the Clean Deal when she's racing in these golds. So let's take a look at her last actual race line, June the 26th, which was a gold here. And eventually she's going to end up being the winner. So this is going to be her, Daya, and Pawnall Bay Bobby, my top 3 horses in this race. I threw Lavender Sealster in on the bottom. But right now, to me, a Clean Deal really, really reminds me of, oh my God, the good horse that I drove for McIntosh, the good filly, LA Delight. Yeah, reminds me so much of her. She overpowers the sire stake ones. She can do good in the Grand Circuit, but it's tougher on her in the Grand Circuit.
It's the trip.
Yeah, LA Delight there. I think that she'd be usually 2nd, 3rd, 4th, but just couldn't get the job done in the Grand Circuit. Same as what I've seen basically in 2 years of racing of a Clean Deal. But you put a Clean Deal back in against Ontario sired fillies, I don't see anybody that can even come close to her. and I still haven't.
And she likes to tease them somewhat on that
Yeah.
last turn. You know, she'll let them up beside her, and then she just sort of...
Then she takes off. And then you get to talking to Dougie afterwards there. And I mean, his face is just like, you know, he's just glowing when he talks about her. So you know she's pretty special.
And I mean, a clean deal, we're looking at money. This is this year, you know, and so this is already in addition to what she made last year. I mean, she's got over 650,000 Canadian made. She was, I mean, if she was, converted to 27 Canadian in the Lexington Selects, that's probably about 20,000 American. She, paid for. So again, just a really nice filly, and whether or not, I'm sure they're going to try her in the Grand Circuit again.
Oh, yeah.
At some point. Tough to judge her on the Van Hanover final. She had the 10-hole, in that spot. But regardless of what happens, Connections are thrilled with what she's been able to do for them. But Cackleberry is the interesting one to me. If I'm not mistaken, I think she might have tried a gold last year.
I think she did.
Yeah. But she's just on good form right now, and Team Jones is going to give them, give her a whirl against the Gold Fillies tonight, and I don't think she'll feel out of place in here.
No, it's just when you go to the right side of the thing, she's been beating up on Madame Panic and On Fleet. Now she's going to face this bunch. You know what I mean? So I think that even if she gets a check in here, I would look at it as a success.
Over to race number 3 we go. Early pick 4 gets underway in this contest. Now down to a group of 8 with a couple of scratches. They were a pair of 15-1 long shots in here. It's a 28.50 last 4, so one of the bottom level conditions that we're going to have in here tonight. Morning line choice, center of the gate. It is Tells on a Roll. And, here's the winner of 900, a multiple, winner at the top level on our circuit. But for whatever reason, she's just sort of lost her way right now. Will she, regain that top form and make her way back up to the top class level? Time will tell. But what do you think is going on with her?
I just think that, mares can be funny, right? Some mares race good when it's hot. Some mares race horrible when it's hot. We've had a hot year, a weird year. She's getting a little bit older, I know 6 years old isn't really, really old, but, you can only judge it, apples to oranges, I guess you could put it that way. So I really don't know what's wrong with her, but being down in this class 2 weeks in a row is probably about the best Band-Aid or aspirin that she could take for anything right now. I think that she's going to be the best in here tonight. He didn't over-race her in either of her last 2 starts, so I just got a feeling that, second time in this class, middle of the gate, short field, I think that he's going to, stoke her up pretty good in here, Tells on a Roll. But we do have a replay to show you of a horse that I thought was very sneaky good last week. And if you're looking to play against her, like Chad said, the form isn't spectacular on Tells on a Roll. So there might be one in here that you could maybe get at a bit of a price. So let's take a look at the replay for the 4-horse last week, Dixie Dream. This is a new addition to Harry Poulton, and anybody that knows, watches the show knows I'm a huge Harry Poulton fan. I came along into this business when there was On the Road Again, Matt Scooter, those kinds of great horses that Harry trained. And, Harry's just one of those kinds of guys that, that he's really, really sharp, quietly sharp. So let's take a look at Dixie Dream. First start for Poulton, and Tyler Borth drove this one in her last start. Travis Henry, I think, is picking up a pretty live drive in here. Tyler not going to be with us tonight, so let's take a look at Tyler Borth here. He's setting up about 4th over on the outside, and look at the body language on him already. He's not asking her to keep up. She's just doing this all on her own, and boy, oh boy, I'll tell you, every once in a while, you'll just see a drive there that just really, really impresses you. And I kind of found this is the same one that I'm getting here with Tyler Borth. I like the fact that he could have fanned wide on the last turn, but he didn't. He's keeping her brave, keeping her down here. And I just think that this is a really, really nice race, especially right on the end of it. She shows good wheels. Whether she can get the best of Tells on a Roll, I don't know. But what I do think is that if she can get away on Tells on a Roll's back, then she's got a pretty good chance of maybe taking her down.
Now, I see you're not using her, but Wicked Pace, I would feel like she's got to come to life here. I'd like to say it's been a struggle for her going from 3 to 4, but she didn't win at 3. She had that big 2-year-old campaign. There were flashes of it last year. This year, other than the 2 wins, which came at Flamborough, she hasn't had many opportunities like she's got here tonight, and now picks up Doug. I could see her coming to life here.
I think she needs one more.
One more?
Yeah.
Okay.
No. I mean, I don't mean driver. I think the big L.
Oh,
I think we're looking at the big
Okay,
L. I mean,
okay.
there's no look at just like you said, like even like last year, she's 13 starts, 0 wins, but 4 seconds, right? This year, 10 starts, 2 wins, and 1 second. What I'm looking at here is a horse with a lot of talent that is completely non-consistent. You know what I mean? She's all over the place. Good race, 2 bad races. Good race, 3 bad. I just think that at some point we're going to see her on Lasix, and when that Lasix comes, then everything's just going to come together the way that it should, and then we're going to see 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. I do think she's talented. I just think that she's missing something right now.
All right, well, we'll see how she fares here tonight. Race 3, the kickoff to the early pick 4. We're going to skip over 4, which starts the pick 6. Over to race number 5, we head to next.
Dougie will be happy there that you're putting all the pressure on him.
Oh, Dougie loves pressure. Yeah, thrives on it. By the way, speaking of drivers, Tyler Jones is driving Tavern on Green in the opener.
Nice pick.
So it is going to be Tyler Jones in the opener on 7 Tavern on the Green. Just keep that in mind. Race number 5 here. It's a claiming handicap 30 to 40,000. We've got a group of 10. I feel like we haven't had this class for a while.
It seems like it goes a lot, but it differs
We always
all the
had it
time.
all the time. You know, I'm thinking back at like the Gilerica days.
Oh, yeah.
Horses that were, getting this class so frequently they were making 100,000 plus, in a season racing in this classification. But
I love claimers.
Uncle Shank on the outside, I guess you can get him a little bit cheaper tonight if you decide you want to, shell out some money for him. He's the favorite on the outside. Will you ride to post 10 or go somewhere else?
No. I'm thinking that there's so much power on the outside, including Code Cracker, who was locked in his last start, but does show some gate speed, if he really needs it. But I think Stick Me In, Let Him Go is going to come out of there. I think JJ Xavier is going to come out of there. And I think Uncle Shank's going to come out of there. I think it could be a little bit of a kerfuffle going into the first turn. So I'm going to go with the horse that comes from off the pace that's in good form. I'm going to go Ponder No Longer.
And there's Plant.
There's Plant, right? So I think that he's in a good spot with this horse. I think that there's going to be a lot of power coming from the outside, and as long as he doesn't get himself into a too far back if he gets away mid-pack, say 6th or 7th, right in that area, right in the sweet spot where Ponder No Longer likes it, I think he could get the job done in here. So J.R. Plant, I'm resting on J.R. Plant.
And I think you're dead on. I think there is a bunch of speed coming from the
I think so.
side in there.
Yeah.
So he could get a little
and let
faster,
alone
maybe.
if there's claims.
Yeah, exactly.
Then it's going to make it even worse, right? So
maybe a closer perhaps in there like Randy is with Ponder No Longer. Don't often get Demers at a price, and at least the morning line at 10 to 1. We're going to skip over race number 6, but that does begin the mid-pick 5. Decent-looking group of pacing mares in there. The 7th race is the feature mare event. 44,000 for the Mares Open, a group of a half dozen in here. Let's enjoy back-to-back where she hasn't been able to win. That's the first time she's gone consecutive starts not getting the win. Now she still has managed to hit the board in there. We obviously have to pay attention to her, but Moiseyev's got Absolution. She's firing on all cylinders right now. I think the Sensationalize has been awesome. This is a nice little group despite being a short group.
Yeah, for sure. I think Let's Enjoy maybe has a little bit of an advantage here, simply because it's a short field. Well, that, and I mean, we're pretty well guaranteed we're going to be seeing Absolution and Sensationalize coming from off the pace. You know what I mean? So I think that it gives her a little bit of an advantage here. But here's the other thing that I think with Let's Enjoy, good point that Chad brought up. She was winning all the time, and then all of a sudden it just seems like her last couple of starts, been not staggering, but a little bit stagnant trying to get to the wire. But if you look at the dates, okay, so she comes out of London and then she races, about 13, 14 days later, 2 weeks later, and she comes up with an off-the-pace win. Off the pace. She didn't do the work. They went down to the half in 55-1, come back half in 55-1, and that's all she did was race the back half. And then all of a sudden, 13 days later, almost 2 weeks, this time she gets parked every step of the mile on a 2-week rotation, finishes second, beat a neck, paces a mile in 49-4. Good race. Then her last race, she's off another 2 weeks again, and they try a chop with her, off a quarter in 25-4. She finishes third. I say because of July 10th, now she's right back in on a good date. I say tonight is the time for Let's Enjoy. If you're listening to me, J.R. Plant, Strength in numbers. Go to the front and see what happens. I think you're on a much better rotation tonight with this mare, and I would give her every chance, coming out of there to be the best, hoping that you put the 2 and the 3 in a rough spot, because the 2 and the 3 at the end of this race, they're going to be coming really, really hard, and you got to get away from them at some point. I say that JR has got himself a really live Fillies and Mares open horse in this one.
Yeah, and I'm not sure what Cullen and Connections paid for Sensations, but I got a feeling she was a bargain.
Oh,
I got a feeling.
Usually they do.
Yeah, and it looks like he's just got another nice one to compete at these top levels. Simply the Best is another one with some gate speed that would probably love a chirp right behind a Let's Enjoy maybe. That could work out for her. So, like I say, it's only 6 horses in here, but I think it might still turn out to be a pretty good race down the stretch. Race number 8. Numbers at 12,000 in their last 4 for these group of pacers. We've got some names that we're quite familiar with. We've got a full field of 10. Morning line choice is post 8. It's Remember the Alamo. He was in a spot last time out where, many figured he would get the job done. Pacino Hanover picked him off. Now, Pacino Hanover's a good horse, and he had maybe been working his way back. So, I at the end of the day, I don't think there's any shame in losing to him. But, for a horse that's been given a lot of opportunities, he's got 2 wins to his credit this year, but you still have to view him as a major threat, just like you do Chain Gang. Light Up the World, we don't know what we're going to get from him, but you want to focus in on one from the inside here in Century Komodo, and maybe after the layoff, 3 starts now to go, maybe it's time for him to go?
I watched every time, never put my hand up once, and each time he got better and better and better. I think that Louis got himself an incredibly live drive here. In fact, last week in this race, before they canceled, me and Rawlis both went with this horse, and neither one of us knew the other one was going with it. When he came in, I just said to him, I said, I got a sneaky horse tonight there that there's no way that you got. And he goes, I got a sneaky one that you don't have. And I said, oh yeah, who's yours? And he said, Century Komodo. And I'm like, that's who I got. Yep. So we both landed on this guy last week. I think that this guy is really, they've gone out of their way to kind of give him some nice, easy races, you know what I mean? And I think he's good to go in here tonight. So let's take a look at Century Komodo, his last race. And I think that this was a good one. Never paced a quarter above 28 seconds in his last start. Paced a mile 49-1 and really does very little, this guy. So, again, Bobby driving the guy this night. I noticed with Louis, as soon as he qualified him the first time, it was just okay. The second time race, it was a good one. This race with Bobby, I think he's really starting to show us that, yeah, he's ready to go. He's down on the inside there now. You can see Bob looking for room, and guess what? There's not going to be no room there. So now he has to move him back down to the inside. He is going to get him to the outside at some point. Actually, no, he never does get him to the outside. He's always, now he's got him back a hold again. There's just no place for this horse to go. So he's got the rail to work with in here tonight. I think that Louis knew that he was good to go the last time that he drove him. So it's not going to be anything that Louis doesn't know. So Century Komodo is the way I'm going to go.
All right, and you're the only one going that one's direction, at least on top. Kevin Ploucha does have that one into the mix, but we get a variety of opinions as far as top picks go in here.
It's weird, eh? There's 2 of us not even using Remember the Alamo. You would think that Remember the Alamo in this race would just be an automatic jump all over him.
And then the flip side of that, whereas maybe a Century Komodo, again, a little more hidden, obviously. But they're not using them at all.
No.
On that side of it.
No. It just doesn't seem like the form is there right now. You know what I mean? I don't know what it is, but there just seems to be something that he just doesn't seem to be firing on the end of it, like no Eye of the Tiger.
Yeah, curious to see a couple of these Jacques Dupont horses going on Lasix.
I seen that too, and this one raced really, really good that first start. I mean, that is the craziest breeding there. This is a Vincent out of a Better's Delight mare. I can't even pronounce that one there, but I don't even know what a Vincent is.
Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
Wasn't he in Pulp Fiction?
Yeah. Oh, really? Oh.
I think that was Travolta's.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Race number 9, our $44,000 open pace. What an open it is.
Jules. That was the other one. Vincent and Jules.
Jules. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah.
What a nice Jimmy Gillespie. Way to go.
Yes. Yeah, well done.
Doing a great job.
Happy to see this.
Yeah.
Sure, we might have some short fields in the gold and the other mares open. Still a lot of talent, but I mean, here you get obviously the headline maker, Nervin Hanover, but He's going to still have to work for it. You got Calico Jack Hanover coming back here. Crack Shot. He was really good too back at the Meadowlands. Some others, maybe. I did just message Mineri, and I said, what is he prepping for? And he said Hambo Day, the San McKee.
Oh, okay.
That'll be his next Grand Circuit test, so that's 2 weeks today.
Yeah, she's coming right around the corner. Well, again, I'm going to go back to Irvin Hanover. It's pretty tough not to go, and when he's on his game, he's the power. Simple as that. There's nobody in here that should even be able to get close to him. A lot of nice horses in this race. I'd kill to own any one of them, but this guy is a bit of a standout on his own. Made over $1 million last year, 10 for 17 at the top level. The toughest level that we have is the older pacing horses, and this guy is the king, both sides of the border. So Irvin Hanover's the way I'm going to go. And we're going to show you a replay. We're not going to show you his last 2 starts. You can see that he won the Brower at the Meadowlands. The last start, it just didn't work for him. I mean, it was a crazy race. They went to the quarter in 25-1. Then they end up going to middle half and 54 and change in there, and he's first over in it. Just never really seems to get involved. I think the first 3 quarters just absolutely did him in, and there might have been other reasons involved too.
Might have just had an off day.
He might have just had an off day, and we both know, you've been down the Meadowlands these days too. It can be so hot and humid, and maybe it just wasn't his day. Maybe he sweated a little bit too much and he ended up tying up or something. Who knows? But I'm going to give him an excuse. If there was any horse that deserved one, it's him. So let's go back to June the 13th, though, his last race here, where he's going to end up getting the job done for Dexter Dunn in against horses like Lou Hill and Prince Hal Hanover. That's a pretty nice horse himself. So, like I said, Irvin Hanover, the form is fantastic. It's just that last line at the Meadowlands. I'm not really sure what happened. So let's take a look at this guy as we're talking him, Chad. I wonder to myself sometimes, Chad, I like to sit down and ask one of the guys that drives this horse, what is his talent? Is it the speed? Is it the toughness? Like, what is it about this guy, or is it all? Is he just one of those horses that possesses all the faculties to be this good of a horse?
Yeah, that is probably an interesting question to ask somebody, right? And
yeah.
A lot of variety of different drivers sit behind him too.
Yeah, and he just always seems like he can hunt them down. He can hold them off. He can come up with speed that, you know what I mean? Just amazing individual. And like I said, he goes around this field maybe a little bit out of position, but hello, Irvin Hanover. I mean, there's such thing as him being in a bad position because he's got all the wheels and all the ability to track you down.
Yeah, and that Lou Hill, who was second to him there, he's been fantastic in recent outings.
Nice horse.
As well. So, Irvin's obviously been keeping some great company. Brew Hanover in here. I don't know if anybody else out of this is planning on going to the East Coast for the Gold Cup and Saucer, but that appears to be the plan for the new owners of this guy. This will be the second start in the Kyle Fellows barn.
I went crack. Oh, a couple of us went crack shot in for second.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a horse that tries.
Oh man, what a nice horse, eh?
Yeah.
What a nice horse. I don't know what the future holds for him. You know what I mean? But it'd be nice to see at some point, somewhere, he was able to maybe get the stud duties. You know what I mean? Try to pass that on because he's got stuff that you can't train into a horse, or fitness-wise either. He just has the will to win.
That's the 9th race open. That kicks off our late pick 5, by the way, so a good way to kick that off. Race number 10, 5 and under. Winners of 3, but not more than 5. Stingray Dale's come up 6, so we scratch him out of here. We've got some 3-year-olds that are prepping for the next gold. So the next gold, whether Bojangles is going to go in there or not, I know that's the plan. If everything's okay, it's actually on Industry Day at Grand River. So that's a week from Monday. But you've got the likes of Borderline Mobby, Redland Rocket Man, Odds on Bullfrog, who maybe could decide to go there, Who Let the Dogs Out as well. We've got Johnny Angel in this spot. Some nice 3-year-olds.
Oh, do we ever, right? Johnny Angel, I'm going to take a wait and see. I'm glad you brought him up because that last start was the start they changed him to flops. You know what I mean? So obviously there might be some sore feet. Now maybe maybe his feet are good now. Maybe I'm a week late because he's got serious speed. But again, I just think that they're going to be trying to push some of these 3-year-olds down, like as Chad says, point them towards something. The 4-year-olds, now that's a different story. 4-year-olds, they're out here to race. Not to say that the other ones aren't. I'm just saying that the 3-year-olds, you're going to want to be a little trickier, a little easier on them to get the job done. Sometimes when you try to be a little bit too easy with a horse, it comes back and bites you. So SOS Sports Bet is the way that I'm going to go in here. Second
Lone
start
Wolf.
Lasix, yeah. I loved this horse, first start Lasix, and I mean love with a capital L. I thought he was incredibly good, and Trevor Henry going to come right back to this guy. Second start Lasix in here, in against a lot of 3-year-olds. Great 3-year-olds, yes, but 3-year-olds nonetheless. So SOS Sports Bet is the way that I'm going to go.
Randy trying a price here in SOS Sports Bet in race number 10. That's to kick off our late pick 4. We're going to skip over 11 and 12. We're going to quickly touch on 13 before I head upstairs to get set for tonight's National Anthem singer. We've got a group of 10 in the High Five finale, and I know that you do want to have a look back at Franco Santana on June the 11th. So that was or July the 11th, I should say. I know our script says June the 11th, but I'm assuming you meant July the 11th. In the latest start. And when you see a line like this, 8th, but only beat a couple of lengths, that generally says this was a horse that was maybe searching for a little room.
Yeah, and if you read into it a little bit more, take a look at the qualifier, July the 6th, and he comes back with this race 5 days later. So,
Yeah.
how hard do you want to be on him, right?
Yeah,
5-day rotation. So I think that they had every reason to give him, a little bit of an easier one. But we're talking Franco Santana down into non-winners of 2,500. To me, that's a big question mark flashing at us. So let's take a look and see if J.R. Plant, once again, has any pace on the end of it. Yeah, I think he's got himself a good night, and I hope he does. He's been sticking it out here a lot of nights with 1 and 2 drives and that, showing these people that, he wants to be here. So I hope he has a little bit of luck tonight, make some money anyway. But you can see at this point, he's asking him, a little bit. But again, this is his first start off of one qualifier on a 5-day rotation. But this is not really a really tired-looking horse to me. He's not giving up too much ground. He's still got some go there. Now he's going to come out of this non-winners of 6,000, plummet down into the non-winners of 2,500, middle of the gate to work with. I think that this horse could be really good to go in here. He's another horse that should have raced last week, but we were scratched. I got a pretty good feeling that the DeCenzo part of DeCenzo Mitchell was out training this guy a pretty snug mile, would be my guess anyway. So I think Franco is pretty live in here tonight.
And a pretty popular one in that High Five finale. So we've got lots to enjoy here tonight. I'm going to head upstairs. Enjoy your night. Hopefully the head stays clear for you here tonight, as we're going to have a look at Randy's tickets. We are just a few minutes away from the Saturday opener.
Okay, let's break this. Thank you very much, Chad. And let's break this first sequence down for you. So I'm going to start this off with 2 singles. The first single is going to be Maize and Blue in race number 1. I'm going to be coming out of the 5 hole now with the scratch of the 1. In race number 2, it's going to be a clean deal with a single there. Race number 3, Dixie Dream, if you're looking for one that I thought was a little sneaky good, but I'm going to stick with Tells on a Roll as a top choice. And then I'm loading up in race number 4 using 5 horses in there. Piper's Luna going to be my top pick, but not a great read that I got out of this race. And race number 5, as I was talking to Chad about it earlier on, I think there's going to be a lot of movement from the outside. I'm going to go with a horse that closes, and I'm going to go Ponder No Longer in that race. So if you want to play along, that's a cost of $40 for that one. And let's head right into plays of the night as Chad is vigorously running up the steps to his announcer's booth with his Yeti banging against his leg. So starting in race number 2, my all-in is going to be a clean deal. Worth a look, come along in race number 5. That's going to be that Ponder No Longer. Again, I think that there's going to be a lot of movement coming from the outside. Waples Watch, Century Komodo, been waiting on this one for a while. And Beat the Favorite is going to be coming from race number 10, and that is going to be SOS Sports Bet. So a couple of hidden horses in there. And here we got some of the our resident crews picks as well. Garnet going to go Chelsea's Choice. I think that is an incredibly good pick in there tonight, Garnet, at 10-1. Really live-looking horse in that one. Kevin Plouch in Madrid, another very live-looking horse, 7-2 in that Mares Opens, making another start for Cliff McGuire. And Gislan going to go Mama Sunbird, absolutely flying on the end of it in his last race. And in Gislan, I am in agreement with the king of the pick 4s because Mama Sunburn is also going to be my top pick in that race as well. Okay, so that's going to do it for the pre-show. Stick around. We got 13 races on stock for you tonight, and just before that, we're going to hear from the national anthem. So stick around. Big night planned.
At this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to direct your attention to the Wimback Farm Winter Circle here at Mohawk Park as we welcome back Rob Hewlett for the singing of our national anthem. Rob, since moving to Milton 16 years ago, has become very involved in the community, singing at many events, such as local long-term care and seniors' homes, the Milton Senior Center, Milton Legion, and at both the Milton and Campbellville Santa Claus parades. Rob not only sings, but is the MC at the Milton Strawberry Fair and Milton Summerfest. Rob loves to sing and give back to the community. He received the Volunteer of the Year Award from the Milton Chamber of Commerce in 2021, and he was awarded the Volunteers Award by the provincial government, the Queen's Jubilee Award from the federal government, and recently was nominated for the King Charles Coronation Award. Rob is also known as Rockin' Rob, and his favorite quote is, "Music is medicine." If you are able, ladies and gentlemen, please rise and remove your hats and join Rob for the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north, strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Great job, Rob. Thank you for helping kick off our Saturday night harness action as we take another run through the changes. Again, no Louis Bois in the opener on the 7 Tavern on the green. The driver is Tyler Jones. We're about 10 minutes away from the first of 13 on a Saturday here at Woodbine Mohawk Park. First race, Trotters on parade. Scratch the 1. Leading off, number 2 is LP Bay. Travis Henry in the bike. Mark Etzel trains and owns, along with Terry DeVos and Peter Porter. Number 3 is Toss of the Dice. Trevor Henry at the lines. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows, Leo Fleming, Bill Maines, and Bill Cripps. Number 4 is Stonebridge Wings. Bob McClure handles the driving. Marcel Berrio trains and owns with Gestio Mastel Incorporated. Here's number 5, the Green Gazoo, driven by Todd Ratch for Clark Bealby, trains and owns, along with Coyote Wind Farms. Number 6, Maize and Blue, gets Doug McNair in the bike. Kyle Fellows for Ed Wilson. Tyler Jones, catch drives. Number 7, Tavern on the Green, Luke Blade trains for Determination. 8 in the field, Mass Deployment. Travis Cullen drives for trainer Renee Dion. Owners are SNR Racing Stable Incorporated, SMS Ventures Incorporated, Tyler Borth, and Gestion JF Goyette Incorporated. Another great Mass, number 9, driven by Mark McDonald, trained by Ed Piccone Jr. for Wade Piccone. And starting on the outside, number 10, Silver Detector. J.R. Plon in the sulky. J.F. McGuire trains for Silver Stables. That's your first race, Field of Trotters, to kick off our Saturday program. Early pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000. Field heads to the gate in about 4 minutes.
Here we go, Saturday night at Woodbine Mohawk Park, and we got a really nice trotting race here. 3-year-old Colt and Gelding Grassroot or Prospect starters. Just kick this night off. That was the 2-horse LP Bay on your screen. He was a winner in his last start, but now he does inherit the rail. Little bit of a stale date too, his last race, July the 2nd. I'm going to take a wait and see on LP Bay. Toss of the Dice was just on your screen. Got this guy in for second. There he is right there. I think this is a nice, pretty nice little pickup for Trevor Henry. My guess is that he was also down on another great Mass. He elected to go this route here. He picked him up for the very first time in his last start, and I got a feeling he liked him. He had a nice third in there. The horse looks good out there. Live drive for TH to the front in this race. The 4-horse Stonebridge Wings getting a bridle change tonight. Marcel Berrio going to put in, going to go from sides to a blind bridle. Usually that means aggression at some point. I don't know if that means that he's going to come swinging out of the gate, but I do think that he's going to get heavily raced tonight. So, you know, sides to blind on Stonebridge Wings, and I got him in for 4th right now at 5-1 right now. Not going to be talking much about the 5-horse, but I kind of like this horse in here tonight if he gets turned and goes the other way. This is my guy to start my night off. He's going to be a single in the early pick 5. I know he made a break last week, but, you know, that was from the 9-hole. You know, maybe Bob wasn't used to his idiosyncrasies, but this guy, he knows him like the back of his hand. He's back on him tonight, Maize and Blue. So he's going to be my top pick in here, even with the break in his last. 6-5 right now. A lot of people's top pick in this race. Tyler Jones on the screen. Wasn't even supposed to be in race number 1, but he's going to have a nice pickup here from trainer Luke Blay and Determination Stable. Tavern on the Green. Definitely one of our top Ontario sired grassroot horses. But again, coming in here with a little bit of a stale date, June the 12th to June the 25th in that last start, and then June the 25th to almost July the 25th. So almost a month at this point here. I just don't think that they're going to want to be too extra hard on him tonight, but with the talent that he brings, they shouldn't have to go too hard on him. They should be able to trip him out, and he still should have a good experience. I'm not using the 8, the 9, or the 10 in this race right now. So you've got 45 seconds to get your pick 5 tickets together. That pool already up to past $40,000. It's going to be a good one. You better jump on it right now. Again, my picks to start this race off is 6, 3, 7, and 4. And that'll be it for me. I'm back to talk to you before race number 2, which is the Lone Gold for the 3-year-old Payson fillies on the night. Good luck to start your night off.
Looks like wagering's going to remain open here as number 6 Maize in Blue returning near the paddock. We'll see what the issue is here. Could be just a slight equipment adjustment, but nevertheless, there's Maize in Blue coming back in front of us to the paddock. Looks like he just needed to get turned around. So should be set to go here in about a minute. Meantime, wagering remains open. Included in the first race is the start of the early pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000. Already more than $59,000 in there. It'll jump up though in the final couple of clicks. It's your final call to wager. Wings of the starting gate now come open. Field for the first lining up. We've got a group of 9 to kick off our busy 13 race program. Early pick 5, guaranteed at $75,000. Gets underway here. Maize in Blue, clear favorite on the board. Tried Gold Company last time. Had a tough draw. Made an early miscue to take him out of contention. Prior to that, though, he had reeled off 5 consecutive wins. He's reunited with Doug McNair tonight and lines up in the center of the gate. It's post time for race number 1. Field for the first, gathering speed. There they go. They're off and trotting in the Saturday night opener, and Maize in Blue darts out for the early lead with toss of the dice to the inside, and from the outside another great mass. And behind that early trio comes Tavern on the Green, away 5th, Stonebridge Wings. And then LP Bay along the pylon 6th. The Green Gazoo gets away 7th. Then it's Mass Deployment and Silver Detector. McNair and Maize in Blue at 1-2, leading the way up to the opening quarter, reaching that in 27-3. Ostradwin sitting third, another great mass. He's going to be taken near the back. Toss of the dice right now, 2 lengths in behind second. Then because of that break of another great mass, we've got a gap of about 5 to Tavern on the Green and third at 3/8. Followed 4th by Stonebridge Wings. Another breaker, LP Bay, is going to plummet near the back, and also making some steps at the back was Mass Deployment. It's Maize in Blue, though, in the meantime, a length and a half clear of Toss of the Dice, then Tavern on the Green, Stonebridge Wings. The Green Gazoo is trotting 5th as they go by the half in 56-1. Silver Detector in 6th, then LP Bay, another great mass and Mass Deployment. Heading to 5/8 now, Maize in Blue, getting things his own way up top. Toss of the Dice, the stablemate, trying to keep close tabs on that leader. Tavern on the Green inching a bit closer in third, then Stonebridge Wings, angled to the outside from 5th. Ratchford on the move with the Green Gazoo, then Silver Detector, 124 and 2 3/4. And turning for home, Maize in Blue, the one they've got to catch. Toss of the Dice begins to angle, plugs her out, and Henry calls on him to pick it up. Tavern on the Green, set down in the center of the track by Tyler Jones. He starts to close at 9-1. It's still Maize in Blue clinging to the lead. Toss of the Dice on the outside to the wheel, and Tavern on the Green. Maize in Blue, toss of the dice inching in. Maize in Blue inside trying to hold on. Toss of the Dice. just picked him off. Toss of the dice was up in time at 7-2 to spoil the party. Maize and Blue second. Tavern on the Green third, 152-3. First race, unofficial 3, 6, 7, and 10. First race winner number 3, Toss of the Dice. Back in front of us now, the 3-year-old Big Gunning by Archangel. Out of the Chapter 7 Dam Rule 7s is owned by Yolanda Fellows, Leo Fleming, Bill Maines, and Bill Cripps. Kyle Fellows trains, winning driver Trevor Henry. Toss of the Dice, now 4 for 12 this year. 7th career score, 152-3 tonight. It's a new lifetime mark. Race 1 official, here are the payouts. Winner 3, Toss of the Dice, 970, 310, 230. Second number 6, Maize and Blue, 210, 210. Third number 7, Tavern on the Green, 380. The $2 exacta return $19.60, dollar try $38.65, dollar super $673.90. Just shy of 90,000 wagered in tonight's early pick 5. A little more than 16,000 of live money carries on to leg 2. Field for the first, gathering speed. There they go. They're off and trotting in the Saturday night opener. Amazing Blue darts out for the early lead with toss of the dice to the inside, and from the outside another great mass. And behind that early trio comes Tavern on the green, away fifth, Stonebridge Wings. And then LP Bay along the pylon sixth. The Green Gazoo gets away seventh. Then it's Mass Deployment and Silver Detector. McNair and Mason Blue at 1-2, leading the way up to the opening quarter, reaching that in 27-3. Ostradwin sitting third, another great mass. He's going to be taken near the back. Toss of the dice right now, 2 lengths in behind second. Then because of that break of another great mass, we've got a gap of about 5 to Tavern on the green and third at 3/8. Followed fourth by Stonebridge Wings. Another breaker, LP Bay, is going to plummet near the back, and also making some steps at the back was Mass Deployment. It's Mason Blue, though, in the meantime, a length and a half clear of Toss of the Dice, then Tavern on the green, Stonebridge Wings. The Green Gazoo is trotting fifth as they go by the half in 56-1. Silver Detector in sixth, then LP Bay, another great mass and Mass Deployment. Heading to 5/8 now, Mason Blue getting things his own way up top. Toss of the Dice, the stablemate, trying to keep close tabs on that leader. Tavern on the green inching a bit closer in third than Stonebridge Wings. Angled to the outside from fifth. Ratchford on the move with the Green Gazoo. Then Silver Detector 124 and 2 3/4. And turning for home, Mason Blue, the one they've got to catch. Toss of the dice begins to angle, plugs her out, and Henry calls on him to pick it up. Tavern on the green, set down in the center of the track by Tyler Jones. He starts to close at 9-1. It's still Mason Blue clinging to the lead. Toss of the dice on the outside to the wheel, and Tavern on the green. Mason Blue, toss of the dice inching in. Mason Blue inside trying to hold on. Toss of the dice, picked him off. Toss of the dice was up in time at 7-2 to spoil the party. Mason Blue second. Tavern on the green third, 152 and 3. Here's how they all finished in tonight's opener. From the top down, it reads scratch 7-1, 6-5-2, 3-8-9, and 4 on the bottom. Coming up next is race 2. It's the OSS Gold Leg for the Thrill Pacing fillies. No show wagering available. No changes to report in the race itself. 14 minutes until post time.
This summer, experience the thrill of Canada's biggest race day. The King's Plate, Canada's most prestigious horse racing event, where elegance meets excitement and tradition meets celebration. Tickets on sale now at kingsplate.com.
Winback Farm graduates are born to compete and race to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale at Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Dan Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label is sing with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
Race 2 soon will be on the track, and this is that gold we were talking about earlier. Gold for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Really, really nice looking group in here. But before we talk about race number 1, let's take a little step back to race number 2. Let's take a step back to race number 1. Great effort there by Toss of the Dice. Maison Blue, my top pick, ended up getting picked off right on the end of it. Now, what I take from that race, I truly do not believe that Toss of the Dice would have got by Maison Blue if it hadn't been for the great race that Tavern on the Green went. I'm a big believer that sometimes when a horse, say like where Toss of the Dice was, I think he would have hung beside Dougie. I really don't see him going by on his own. But what happens when another horse gets up alongside of you, when you're in between that way, a lot of times that Toss of the Dice will start to race that other horse, which was Tavern on the Green. So technically, I honestly do think I was on the right horse, but Tavern on the Green raced so good that it ended up costing me the race. So great job done there by Trevor Henry. I'm sure Rob Fellows, Rob and Kyle are quite happy with the way that it ended up. They were 1-2 in there. And then again, Tavern on the Green, that was a really, really good race for a horse that hasn't raced in a month. Okay, let's move on to race number 2. As you can see, a clean deal right now at 1-9. It's going to be tough for her to get picked off in this race. I don't care who is in it right now. Daya, this is going to be interesting with Daya. We're going to get a chance to look at that replay that we showed you earlier. This is June the 26th, the last time that she raced in a gold, and then she has that nice qualifier that we showed you last week in here. So she should be fit and ready to go. Daya picking up Bob McClure tonight. That's interesting there. I think it was Chad mentioned earlier there that maybe Jody is the only one that's ever drove her. I'm not going to bet my house on it, but I would say that there's a pretty good chance that that's true. That Jody's the only one that's ever drove her. So, interesting to see if McNair can maybe get a little bit more out of her. My problem is I just don't think that Daya is better than a clean deal. So I'm not 100% sure if they didn't bring back Ron Waples in his prime. I'm not 100% sure if that's going to get Daya there either. But I'm sure that Bob's going to give it his best chance to get the job done. I'm sure Bob's looking forward to driving Daya. Because, even when I was still driving in that, every once in a while, these kinds of catch drives would come along, and it always kind of pumped you up because, you know that they're a really, really nice horse, and it'd be nice to jump up behind them and take a look at them. As you can see, we're all pretty well going the same. It looks like me, Garnet, and Ghislaine's picks are exactly the same. Kevin changes it up a little bit. Same horses, but just in a different order. He's going to go Lavender Sealster in for second. Paul Now Bay Bobby is going to be his third pick, and then Daya in for 4. So he basically switched Lavender and Daya. but end up being a really, really good race in here. I can't really think of any of the horses on the outside. I mean, Cackleberry's racing good, and right now she's at 19-1. I just don't know if the form that she has right now, which is spot on fantastic, if it's going to be enough to take down a horse like a Clean Deal that we've seen, for 2 seasons have 13 lifetime starts and 10 times a winner. So this is just a pretty special kind of filly. 1 minute called in the paddock. The horses will be coming out onto the track real soon. We'll take a look at these guys out on the track and have another little chat about them then. And in race number 3 that's coming up soon, that is going to be the kickoff to the early pick 4. As you can see in the paddock shot there right now, that the drivers are heading down to their horses. And these guys will all be coming out onto the track here soon. So stick around. Best of luck. My all-in of the night is going to come up in this race, and that is going to be a Clean Deal, 1-9. How did I find it?
OSS Gold, 3 pacing fillies on parade. Number 1, A Clean Deal. Doug McNair drives. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbill, Windermere Stable, and James Ross. The 2 is Pownell Bay Bobby with Mark McDonald in the sulky. Kyle Fellows trains for Yolanda Fellows, Erna, and Blair Corbill. Bob McClure will drive 3, Dea. Jack Darling for Jack Darling Stables Limited. Number 4, Lavender Sealster. Louis Waugh on the bike. Dr. Ian Moore trains for the Lavender Sealster Stable. Number 5, Cackleberry. Tyler Jones aboard. Dustin Jones trains for Dustin Jones Stables Incorporated, Dean Lockhart and Jeffrey Rook. And number 6, Romantic Beauty is driven by Trevor Henry. Greg McNair trains for Jim Everett Sr. That's your group for race number 2. No show wagering. Post time in 5 minutes.
Race number 2 out on the track, and there she is. There she is. My all-in bet for the night, 1-5 on A Clean Deal. wow, does she ever look good out there? Look at the weight that she's carrying and everything, coming into the season. Just been, oh, wow. Every time she puts your ears up there, you want to snap a picture of her. She just looks fantastic out there. Best of luck to A Clean Deal in race number 2. The 2-horse, Paul Nall Bay Bobby. Some people would look at this one as the second best horse in the race. I look at her as maybe the third best, but this is a really, really nice filly. Century Pharaoh out of a Better Than Cheddar, also coming out of the Fellows camp. Fellows is going to look like they were 1-2 in the first race, and they could easily go 1-2 in this race as well. So looks like they're going to start their night off good, and she looks fantastic out there for Mark McDonald. She's my third pick in this race. Let's move on to the number 3, 7-1 on Daya. There's obviously a few people that like this change. Clean Deal has come up a little bit. She started out at 1-9, now 1-5. This one down to 7-1. Boy, does she ever look sharp out there. And it wouldn't be the first time that we've seen McClure jump up on a good horse and come up with a very, very surprisingly amazing effort. So, maybe she's going to play the spoiler in here tonight. She certainly looks good. That's about as good as I've ever seen her. And for all the veterans out there, this is another Johnny Malaya pupil out here. Johnny Malaya, the great groom that he is, also the groom of the great Bulldog Hanover. And this is one of his pupils. And as you can tell by the way she looks, Johnny got game. He brings his horses here to race. She looks fantastic. The 5-horse Cackleberry, big step up for this one. I'm sure that Tyler Jones, he's kind of pumped up to see just what she can do, him and his dad, because, boy, has she ever come back good. She showed a lot of ability last year, but I think this year she's really shone. Ever since they switched her on to Lasix, everything's tightened up. She's become very, very consistent. This is a big step up, but she's coming up with some pretty wicked form and some pretty nice fractions that she's throwing down. So I wouldn't be surprised to see her come up with a nice effort in here. The 6-horse Romantic Beauty, can Trevor Henry play spoiler again in here? Could happen. This comes out of a fantastic family, and she's already been off to a good season. She had a good campaign last year as a 2-year-old, picking off $48,000. She's already got $43,000 put away this year, so getting real close to that $100,000 mark, and she looks great out there, but she's going to have to bring it all if she's going to take down a couple of these other fillies in here. Now let's move on to the 4-horse, Lavender Sealster, coming out of the Moore camp. That's a little bit better. I didn't really like her when she first come on the track. I kind of thought that she was, just, I don't know, maybe nodding to the crowd or something. Maybe a little left frontish, but I think she looks a lot better now. She's really cleaned up, and her attitude is good. Look at the ears. The eyes are bright. Everything's good that way. And I mean, she has really, really improved her presentation in the 4 or 5 minutes that she's been out there. So I expect a pretty good race out of this girl. She really looks sharp out there. Doc Moore having a good day today. As me and Chad were telling you earlier, he was down at the Meadows earlier on today, raced 3 of his horses down there, and he came back with 3 trophies. So obviously he's starting the Saturday night off good. And like I said, I like her a lot better now than what I liked her earlier on. But A Clean Deal, still looking good out there. So my numbers, no show wagering in race number 2. My numbers 1, 3, 2, 4. Best of luck is how you see it. What about you, Chad? Nice group of fillies we got going here.
It is. I know it's short as far as, just the number of competitors, but yeah, plenty of talent. Obviously standing out, A Clean Deal and Dea, but some other really nice fillies in here. Cackleberries you talked about, racing great. The well-bred Romantic Beauty back into the Gold Company here as well. So lining up behind the gate, $150,000 OSS Gold event, leg 3 in the season-long series for the sophomore pacing fillies. A Clean Deal, heavily favored on the inside. Makes her first start since that last Gold, which was a victory on June the 26th. Tightened up with a qualifier with Dea in behind her second. That one's going to try to turn the tables on the talented Cattle Wash filly. Group of a half dozen, 3-year-old pacing fillies. Now at the top of the stretch, here they come. Field picking up speed. Away they go. They're off in pacing. On the gate was Romantic Beauty. She wants to sprint out of there, so Henry sends her. It's Romantic Beauty to stride out ahead of Cackleberry, and Dea gets away third in front of the favorite, A Clean Deal. Pownell Bay Bobby away 5th, and early trailer Lavender Sealster single file the group of fillies into the opening turn with Romantic Beauty on top and Cackleberry, but on the move already. Here's Dea, and hot on her heels would be A Clean Deal. And then Pownell Bay Bobby, 2 more to Lavender Sealster, 26-3 opening quarter as they come off of this bend into the backstretch. Dea looking to surge past Romantic Beauty, and there's A Clean Deal with her early move after new leader Dea. So Dea soon to be into the pocket with A Clean Deal up on the outside and taking over the lead. So it's A Clean Deal now to call the shots, heading up towards the half-mile check-in. Dea second, Romantic Beauty third. Cackleberry tracks fourth in front of Pownell Bay Bobby fifth. And Lavender Sealster continues to trail. The fillies were halfway home in 54-4. A Clean Deal heads into this turn towards the 5/8, a length and a quarter in front of Dea. Romantic Beauty then next, and Cackleberry. Starting up from 5th, here's Pownell Bay Bobby on the move, following her Lavender Sealster. Just over a quarter of a mile remains. It's A Clean Deal leading, and Dea starts to angle out of the pocket. Here comes Dea to challenge leader A Clean Deal, heading to the final turn, 123 3/4. And they swing for the straightaway. And it's A Clean Deal on top by about 2. Dea's now in pursuit. Second as A Clean Deal, trying to get away from the competition. Romantic Beauty in the center of the track. Cackleberry behind fillies as well. It's A Clean Deal still leading. Dea determined on the outside to try to get her. A Clean Deal and Dea. A Clean Deal does it again. It's A Clean Deal in the gold over Dea and Cackleberry in 1:49-3. One, 3, 5, and 6 unofficial. Another trip to the Winback Farm Winner's Circle after capturing an OSS Gold and number 1, A Clean Deal. The talented 3-year-old bay filly by Cattle Wash out of Ideal Taker by Western Ideal is bred by Winback Farm. She's owned by Yolanda Fellows, Blair Corbill, Windermere Stable, and James Ross. Kyle Fellows sweeps the early double. Doug McNair, the winning driver. A Clean Deal, now 5 for 7 this year, 11th career score. She equals her lifetime mark, 149-3, sprinting home in 26-3 for another gold score. One A Clean Deal pays $260, $210. Second 3 Dea, $230. Third 5 Cackleberry, $2 exacta $4.70, try $7.65, superfecta $20.05, $2 early double $14.40. Still more than 11,000 alive in that early pick 5. We're going to get some post-race reaction here momentarily as we'll head back down shortly to the Winback Farm Winner's Circle. Hall of Famer Randy Waples catching up with winning driver Doug McNair.
In the winner's circle with the winning driver of A Clean Deal, race number 2, Ontario Sire Stakes Gold for 3-year-old pacing fillies. Doug, I'm going to go kind of tough on you in here. There's not a whole lot to talk about, so I'm going to take the kid gloves off, and we're going to sit there and have a real, honest-to-goodness, tough interview. Are you ready for it?
Yep, let's go.
Okay, first question. What's your favorite color?
Blue.
Okay, there you go. Favorite cartoon character when you were just a little Dougie?
Family Guy.
Family Guy. There you go. Okay, let's move on to the important stuff now with A Clean Deal. What makes A Clean Deal so special?
She's just so tough, you know, as you can see in that race there. And a lot of her other races, she kind of lets them get to her, and it looks like she's going to get beaten, and she opens up again down by the wire. She's so tough and so easy to drive, and she's push button to drive.
Do you think before the year's out, we're going to see A Clean Deal in the winner's circle at a Grand Circuit level?
Yeah, that'd be nice. You know, I mean, she's got a lot of more stakes up here for Ontario, as well as some Grand Circuit stakes. So hopefully, I mean, that's probably what they're aiming for. But I mean, the Ontario program's so big. If she goes out winning that, I'd be thrilled for that.
Now, would size of a track, would that matter to her at all? Would she be just as good on a half or a 5/8?
Yeah, I don't know. She's a big filly, but she's great gated usually, and like she showed today, like we were talking before off camera, it's tough to do what she did off the rail. You know how tough the rail is here for, especially against good horses like that. So I had her out in the first turn. She went a good mile.
You at the head of the lane there, they were all starting to swarm in on you. They let you get down to 3/4 and 123 and 3, which must have been pretty good in the Dougie eyes. But they were coming at you pretty hard. Then anybody that really stood out to you, thought you maybe raced a little better than they had been?
Yeah, like you said, Jack's filly was right on my back, and she was one I didn't want on my back. If I could have picked any other horse, it wouldn't have been her at the top of the stretch, but my filly fought her off, and Jack's filly raced great. She got right to her, and for a second there, I thought she was going to give her a pretty good run.
We got 11 more races to go tonight. You got 11 more winners in you?
I got about 7 more, I think.
There you go. You heard it from the man himself. Congratulations to Doug McNair and all the connections of A Clean Deal and the Ontario Sire Stakes Gold for 3-year-old fillies in 2026.
Early trailer Lavender Sealster, single file the group of fillies into the opening turn with Romantic Beauty on top and Calcoberry, but on the move already. Here's Dea, and hot on her heels will be A Clean Deal. And then Pownell Bay Bobby, 2 more to Lavender Sealster, 26-3 opening quarter as they come off of this bend into the backstretch. Dea looking to surge past Romantic Beauty, and there's A Clean Deal with her early move after new leader Dea. So Dea soon to be into the pocket with A Clean Deal up on the outside and taking over the lead. So it's A Clean Deal now to call the shots, heading up towards the half-mile check-in. Dea second, Romantic Beauty third. Cackleberry tracks fourth in front of Pownell Bay Bobby fifth. And Lavender Sealster continues to trail. The fillies were halfway home in 54-4. A Clean Deal heads into this turn towards the 5/8, a length and a quarter in front of Dea. Romantic Beauty then next, and Cackleberry. Starting up from fifth, here's Pownell Bay Bobby on the move, following her Lavender Sealster. Just over a quarter of a mile remains. It's A Clean Deal leading, and Dea starts to angle out of the pocket. Here comes Dea to challenge leader A Clean Deal, heading to the final turn, 123 3/4, and they swing for the straightaway. And it's A Clean Deal on top by about 2. Dea's now in pursuit, second as A Clean Deal, trying to get away from the competition. Romantic Beauty in the center of the track. Cackleberry behind fillies as well. It's A Clean Deal still leading. Dea determined on the outside to try to get her. A Clean Deal and Dea. A Clean Deal does it again. It's A Clean Deal in the gold over Dea and Cackleberry in 1:49-3. Here's a finish order from tonight's second race. From the top, it goes 1-5-2, 6-3, 4 on the bottom. We're moving on to race 3 next. That's where we kick off our early pick 4. Number 6, Montcapello Sealster, aluminum to steel behind. The 7, Chiefs Dream Girl, scratch vet sick. And the 10, Only the Good Die Young, a judge's scratch. Post time in 8 minutes. To meet the field for race 3, the 1 is Salzbrook Olympia. Bob McClure drives for trainer Vern Cochran at Gorcones. Louis Waugh, the driver of 2, Pretty Missy May. Gerard Demers trains for Robert Woodburn. Here's 3, Stag Royal. Trevor Henry aboard for owner-trainer Ken Skinner. The 4, Dixie Dream, driven by Travis Henry, is trained by Harry Poulton for the stable Dixie Dream. 5 is Tells in a Roll. Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen. Ron Cullen, A1 stable, and Paul Sanders own. The 6, Montecapello Sealster gets Mark McDonald. Peter Brickman for Aaron Swinson Brickman. 7's out. 8 is Wicked Pace. Doug McNair drives for trainer Paul Cameron, who owns along with Jamie Cameron and Arnold's Horse Shack. Number 9, Faded Fire gets Daryl Thiessen in the bike. Pam Forgy for Mindy Finley Repco. Scratch the 10. That's your group of mares for race number 3 to kick off our early pick 4 next. Post time in 4 minutes.
On the track, that was a very, very nice nice race by a clean deal in the last one. A nice filly. So the 2-horse Pretty Missy May, I won't be using her in here tonight, but she is taking good support. 7-2 right now. Gerard Demers has just picked her up off of Cliff McGuire. She had a 4th in her first start from the 9 hole. With the optional 20s, comes right back to the optional 20s, but a much improved post position. She goes down to the inside of the gate, has the 2-hole. The last time she had the 2-hole in this class, she was a winner, and that was with broken equipment too. So Louis Waugh, I think, is picking himself up alive driving here. I won't be using her though. Won't be using the 3-horse Stag Royal, 4-1 on her right now. The 4-horse Dixie Dream 11-1 on the 4-horse Dixie Dream. We showed you that replay. She had some pop on the end of it. I got her down as sneaky good on the end of it in her last. I think Travis Henry's picking himself up a decent drive. Now this one on your screen, this is Tells on a Roll. She's going to be my top pick in here. Obviously, a lot of people like her in here. 9-5 on her, but like she brings a lot. Okay, she's at 900,000 lifetime now. Made just short of 200 last year. She's just short of 100 already this year. But as weird as this sounds, like the form isn't consistent. She still comes up with big races. She still brings a lot. But she doesn't necessarily look as unbeatable as what she once did. So I'm going to put her on top here. Travis has done very little with her last 2 starts. I think that she's sitting on a nice effort from the middle of the gate. I think that she should be the best in here. So she's going to be my top pick. Now this one I absolutely love as well. This is Montecapello Sealster. Peter Brickman going to send in a shoeing change on her. They're going to go from aluminum to steel in behind, which I like that change. I never was a big fan of aluminums in behind. Some horses needed it. I drove a lot of horses that were for aluminums, so obviously aluminums again behind, but I was never that big of a fan of the aluminums behind. I thought you could always get along with like a light steel swedge, and if you thought that maybe they were slipping, then add a little bit of borium or a little bit of cork or something. I always found that the aluminums behind, in my opinion anyway, was just a little too jarring for our track. It's this trap rock. It's a different kind of a surface all to its own. The 8-horse Wicked and Pace. This is the horse that Chad was talking to us on the show about. This is one that we're kind of waiting for her to come back. You can see what she's done. Up to this point, over $500,000 put away, and she's just turned 4 years old. Had a big year last year as a 3-year-old, but failed to win a race. Now, she has 2 wins this year, but both of them came at Flamborough. We haven't seen her really come up with any big miles yet on our track. I have my own theories about that, but maybe the Golden Arch is Doug McNair. Maybe he'll be enough to make a difference with her, but I'm going to do a wait and see on her. The 9-horse Faded Fire. This one's taking some nice looks as well. 6-1 from the outside. We have the scratch of the 7, moves it down. Now we'll be coming out of the 8. So these outside horses, a few of them taking some looks. Macapello, the 6 horse at 4-1, Wicked Pace at 4-1 right now, and the 9 horse Faded Fire at 6-1. I'm sure this is going to change around. The 2 horse Pretty Missy May also taking a few looks as well. Everything else other than that is pretty well formed, and the 5 horse Tells on a Roll taking a lot of looks. Okay, so this is the kickoff to the early pick 4. If you're looking to play a multi, and in race number 4 will be the kickoff to the pick 6. If you're looking to play that one, I'll be back to talk to you then. Best of luck as how you see a race number 3.
Field lining up behind the gate. Final call to wager. Scratch down to a group of 8 to kick off the early pick 4. Tells on a Roll, the winner of more than $900,000 in her career, is the current 7-5 choice. Mares for the third, all lined up. Good looking start. Away they go. They're off and pacing. Leaving down the center, Tells on a Roll along with Macapello, Sealster, and Wicked Pace. Put into play early here by McNair. To the inside is Pretty Missy May. To the outside wide, Faded Fire. Further back at Salzbrook Olympia, the last pair of Stag Royal and Dixie Dream. Continuing to battle up front here. Tells on a Roll comes out with the lead. Macapello, Sealster looks like she's going to be able to drop into the pocket in front of Pretty Missy May. Wicked Pace got a seat in 4th, and instead of taking the pocket, Macapello, Sealster, well, initially was going to just go right on after the leader, but Cullen says, take a seat. So take a seat she does. Tells on a Roll leads. 26-4 opening quarter. Macapello, Sealster in the deuce. Pretty Missy May is 3rd. It's another 2 then to Wicked Pace. Faded Fire follows 5th. About 3 in front of Salzbrook Olympia. Last 2 still Stag Royal and Dixie Dream. Single file are the mares heading to the half here with Tells on a Roll. The odds-on favorite showing the way just over a length now. Halfway home in 55-4. Macapello, Sealster is 2nd. Pretty Missy May starts to give way, so Wicked Pace comes around her, picks up a position. Faded Fire will do the same now, 4th. Moving from the back, Dixie Dream's been able to pass a couple. From the backfield is Stag Royal and Salzbrook Olympia's Pretty Missy May again having issues, plummets to last. Tells on a Roll, plugs out on the leader. She's got 2 in front of Macapello, Sealster to 3/4 and 123-1. Wicked Pace a little closer, 3rd, and now angles to the outside. It's Tells on a Roll trying to hold on. Macapello, Sealster roused from the pocket, and then Wicked Pace and Faded Fire. Tells on a Roll, Cullen calling on her for all she's got. Macapello, Sealster on the outside, and Wicked Pace closing in the center of the track. Tells on a Roll, Macapello, Sealster, Tells on a Roll, good to go. Macapello, Sealster 2nd, Wicked Pace 3rd, Faded Fire 4th, and 150-4. Five, 6, 8, 9, unofficial on the board. Third race winner, number 5, Tells on a Roll, back in front of us. Winner, the third, is the 6-year-old bay mare by Tell It Like It Is out of the Rock and Image Dam. Have Rock Will Roll. Paul Sanders, A1 stable, Ron Cullen owned. Jody Cullen trains. Travis Cullen, the winning driver. Tells it a roll, now 5 for 22 this year. 29th career score. She adds to her impressive resume with this 150-4 score. And she'll do it with the popular Kaprowskis out in the winner's circle. Hank and Lynn. Always nice to see them at Mohawk Park. It's Tells on a Roll, capturing the third. Race 3 official, winner 5, Tells on a Roll, 360, 230, 210. Second, number 6, Montecapello Sealster, 330, 230. Third, number 8, Wicked Pace, 210, 930 for the $2 exact, $1 try, 875. $1 Superfecta, 39.85. $2 double, 490. And the first pick 3 of the night for $1, 1745. Early pick 4 attracted a pool of nearly 30,000. And almost 13,000 of live money carries on. As for the pick 5 update, 2 legs to go. Still more than 4,600 going strong. There's for the third, all lined up. Good looking start. Away they go. They're off and pacing. Leaving down the center, Tells on a Roll along with Montecapello, Sealster, and Wicked Pace. Put into play early here by McNair. To the inside is Pretty Missy May. To the outside wide, Faded Fire. Further back at Salzbrook Olympia, the last pair of Stag Royal and Dixie Dream. Continuing to battle up front here. Tells on a Roll comes out with the lead. Montecapello Sealster looks like she's going to be able to drop into the pocket in front of Pretty Missy May. Wicked Pace got a seat in fourth, and instead of taking the pocket, Montecapello Sealster initially was going to just go right on after the leader, but Cullen says take a seat. So take a seat she does. Tells on a Roll leads. 26-4 opening quarter. Montecapello Sealster in the deuce. Pretty Missy May is third. It's another 2 then to Wicked Pace. Faded Fire follows fifth. About 3 in front of Salzbrook Olympia. Last 2 still Stag Royal and Dixie Dream. Single file are the mares heading to the half here with Tells on a Roll. The odds-on favorite showing the way just over a length now. Halfway home in 55-4. Montecapello Sealster is second. Pretty Missy May starts to give way, so Wicked Pace comes around her, picks up a position. Faded Fire will do the same now. Fourth, moving from the back, Dixie Dreams been able to pass a couple. From the backfield is Stag Royal and Salzbrook Olympia's Pretty Missy May again having issues. Plummets to last. Tells on a roll. Plugs out on the leader. She's got 2 in front of Macapello Sealster to 3/4 and 1:23.1. Wicked Pace a little closer third and now angles to the outside. It's Tells on a roll trying to hold on. Macapello Sealster roused from the pocket and then Wicked Pace and Faded Fire. Tells on a roll. Cullen calling on her for all she's got. Macapello Sealster on the outside and Wicked Pace closing in the center of the track. Tells on a roll. Macapello Sealster. Tells on a roll. Good to go. Macapello Sealster second. Wicked Pace third. Faded Fire fourth and 1:50.4. Finish order from tonight's third race. Top down goes 786, 512, scratch 34, scratch on the bottom. On to race 4 next to kick off our pick 6 wager. Scratch the one Lady Freight judges. Post time in 12 minutes.
Race number 4 will soon be on the track, and you know what time that means. That means this is going to be the race to kick off that pick 6 if you're looking to play it. I put together a ticket, interesting little ticket there. Well, we'll get a chance to take a look at it and maybe go through some of these ones here. So as you can see, in race number 4, I am going a big time deep. There should be a 1 on there as well. I went to use the numbers 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 is scratched. That is why it's not on there. Thank you, Mr. Ryan Corner. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. As you can see, 2 through 8 is going to be how I start this pick 6 off. And then we're going to pare it down pretty good here. We're going to go single in race number 5, and that's going to be Ponder No Longer. It's going to be a tough one to get through, but I think that this horse, there couldn't be a lot of action coming from the outside. I'm going to go with a closer in race number 5. In race number 6, too deep in here, I'm going to go Grit and Grace on to Madrid for Cliff Maguire. In race number 7, single, it's going to be Let's Enjoy. Race number 8, I'm going to go 3 deep in here. I'm going to go Century Komodo, Chain Gang, and Vesum is going to be my top picks in race number 8. And then back to Single City in race number 9, which is going to be Irvin Hanover in that one. $42 ticket. If you wanted to play it for 20 cents, then it's only going to be, about an $8 and change ticket. So I'm definitely playable in here. Now let's break this 4th race down. That is my top pick right now. Piper's Luna. That is at 8-5 right now. I think that Daryl Thiessen also could have himself a decent kind of a night tonight. He already had a couple of nice checks. Horses racing good form earlier on. This could be a good night for Double Barrel Daryl. So that's going to be my top pick. I'm going to back this one up with the 7-horse, Chelsea's Choice. Well, I thought Garnet is going to go Chelsea's Choice right up on top. I think that is an interesting, could be a home run for Garnet in there. I think she's on good form. I think she gets away from a couple of bad post positions. She's in a much better spot here. And usually I find when she comes up with her best efforts, it's usually the man, Trevor Henry, that's sitting behind her, and he will be behind her tonight. So she's my second pick. In for third, I got the 4-horse, Big Nipper, for Mark McDonald and Paul Court. This one looks very interesting. I was picked up at Georgian Downs in his last race in an optional 10,000 claimer. Now he's going to be making a start here for Paul Court in an optional 12.5. So little bit of a step up, but nice breeding on this filly, mare. She's an all bets off out of a Mr. Big mare. She had a good summary last year, put together 39 starts, 18 times she was on the ticket. 4 times she was a winner. 2 times a winner so far this year with 18 starts. But moving into Paul Court's barn always, makes a person take another second look at that one. So Big Nipper right now, she is at 5-1 and going to be my third pick in here. And in on the bottom, I went with the 3-horse Santa Fe's Appetite in here. She's been spending a little bit of time over at Grand River Raceway. Her last start, she had the trailer kind of in bad position, but the start before that, when her nose was on the gate, he was able to get a win with her there in 54. I think she's raced against tougher horses when she was over here before than some of the ones that she's racing in against here tonight. So I'm going to take a chance and throw her in on the bottom for Team Cullen. See if there's anybody else. Just Lands also got using Santa Fe's Appetite in for third. Garnet and Kevin won't be using her. Kevin going to go Piper's Luna as well, but we were saying Garnet's going to go 7. Chelsea's Choice in there. Other than that, pretty well formful. Garnet's going to go Ace 44. Daisy and Kevin are both going to be using her in here. She's racing really, really good right now, but 8,000 claimer. This is a bit of a step up. I'm sure that she can handle it. She's had 2 wins out of her last 4 starts, but the last time that she raced outside of an 8 claimer was, you can see at Grand River, she raced in an optional 12.5 there and didn't have any luck. Did pace a mile in 54, but just ended up finishing 6th in there. So maybe the 8,000 class is more what she's looking for in here. So we got a scratch of the 1 horse. We got a field of 9 heading out here. Again, this would be the kickoff to the pick 6 if you're looking to play it. And my numbers in race number 4 are 5, 7, 4, and 3. Best of luck is how you see it. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 5. Good luck in here.
Race 4 field on Post Parade. Scratch the 1. Leading off is 2 Chickabell. J.R. Plant drives for trainer Herb Holland. Vincenzo Strangus owns. Travis Cullen pilots 3. Santa Fe's Appetite. Jody Cullen trains for the A1 stable. Number 4, Big Nipper, driven by Mark McDonald, is trained by Paul Court for Jesse Dragoyevich and Scott Edmond. Here's 5, Piper's Luna. Daryl Thiessen in the sulky. Mike Kwiatkowski trains for Lorraine Ray and Vince Sotheran. Tyler Jones driving 6, Ace 44 Daisy. Justin Turcotte trains for Roland Rocco. Number 7, Chelsea's Choice. Trevor Henry aboard. Ricky Montgomery trains for Chelsea Hughes. Bob McClure in the seat behind number 8 by Midnight Lover. Eric LaFleur owns and trains. The 9 is Woodmere Oduya. Doug McNair drives for owner trainer Bill Ham. Room 10, Panthermonium, driven by Louis Waugh. Trained by Matt Panos, is owned by Mataross Stables. That's your field for the 4th. Pick 6 gets underway in 5 minutes. Starter now calls the field to the gate for race number 4. Final call to wager. We've got our pick 6 multi-leg getting underway. More than $4,000 in the pool. It will continue to climb. A group of 9 on the pace here. Near the inside, Big Nipper and Piper's Luna, co-favorites at 2-1, with Chelsea's Choice getting played tonight at 4-1. And at 7-1, Ace 44 Daisy as the mares line up. It's post time. Starting gate. Picks up speed. There they go. They're off and pacing. And there goes Big Nipper and Piper's Luna sprinting out together inside Chickabel. And from the outside, McNair puts Woodmere Oduya into the early mix here. Away 5th, Santa Fe's Appetite. Chelsea's Choice is going to settle behind that one 6th in front of Ace 44 Daisy. Further back, we find My Midnight Lover and Panthermonium can see them all from a trailing seat at 9. Single file into the opening quarter now, 27 flat. And it's Piper's Luna, 6-5 race favorite. On top, a length and a half into the backstretch. Supplies the early tempo. Big Nipper tightens up a bit closer in 2nd. Then it's Chickabel tracking 3rd in front of Woodmere Oduya 4th. Santa Fe's Appetite continues 5th. On the move out of 6th is Chelsea's Choice. Swinging out to catch cover, Ace 44 Daisy. My Midnight Lover will start up, another 2 to Panthermonium. Thiessen and Piper's Luna, 2-length leaders to the midway point in 57 flats. So a nice breather of 30 seconds there for Piper's Luna. She's got the advantage. Big Nipper 2nd. Chelsea's Choice first over up to 3rd. Chickabel to the inside 4th. Gapping cover 2nd over Ace 44 Daisy. She struggles on that turn to the inside as Woodmere Oduya. Held up on cover in the back, My Midnight Lover. Pinned to the inside, Santa Fe's Appetite. Panthermonium swinging 3 wide from last. 3/4 for Piper's Luna and 125 flat. Big Nipper, the pocket rider throughout. Now angles to the outside and called on to make up the 2 lengths here by Mark McDonald. Piper's Luna leads it. Big Nipper getting closer on the outside. And then Chickabel and Santa Fe's Appetite in pursuit along the inside. Here comes Big Nipper on the outside of Piper's Luna with Santa Fe's Appetite closing as well. Big Nipper, Piper's Luna. Big Nipper gets up right on the line. Big Nipper over Piper's Luna and Santa Fe's Appetite in 152 and 3. Four, 5, 3, 2 unofficial. Winner of the 4th, number 4, Big Nipper. Back in front of us, the 5-year-old black mare by All Bets Off is out of the Mr. Big Dam. Biggie High. Now owned by Jesse Dragojevic and Scott M. And Paul Court trains and Mark McDonald, the winning driver. Big Nipper now 3 for 19 this year. 14th career score. Lifetime best performance tonight of 152 and 3. For the second choice at 9-5, it's 4 Big Nipper. Fourth race payouts, the 4, Big Nipper, $5.90, $332.40. Second 5, Piper's Luna, $282.30. Third number 3, Santa Fe's Appetite, $5.40. $2 Exacta, $14.60. $1 Trifecta, $47.30. Superfecta, $229.10. $2 Double pays $16.20. $1 Pick 3, $13.05. A little less than $2,900, still live in the Pick 4. Pick 5 heading to the final leg, $919.18 remains. And the Pick 6 underway, just about $5,500 wagered, and a little less than $1,400 moves on to leg 2. Starting gate, picks up speed. There they go. They're off and pacing. And there goes Big Nipper and Piper's Luna sprinting out together inside Chickabel. And from the outside, McNair puts Woodmere Oduya into the early mix here. Away 5th, Santa Fe's Appetite. Chelsea's Choice is going to settle behind that one 6th in front of Ace 44 Daisy. Further back, we find My Midnight Lover and Panthermonium can see them all from a trailing seat in 9. Single file into the opening quarter now, 27 flat. And it's Piper's Luna, 6-5 race favorite. On top, a length and a half into the backstretch. Supplies the early tempo. Big Nipper tightens up a bit closer in 2nd. Then it's Chickabel tracking 3rd in front of Woodmere Oduya 4th. Santa Fe's Appetite continues 5th. On the move out of 6th is Chelsea's Choice. Swinging out to catch cover, Ace 44 Daisy. My Midnight Lover will start up, another 2 to Panthermonium. Thiessen and Piper's Luna, 2-length leaders to the midway point in 57 flats. So a nice breather of 30 seconds there for Piper's Luna. She's got the advantage. Big Nipper 2nd. Chelsea's Choice first over up to 3rd. Chickabel to the inside 4th. Gapping cover 2nd over Ace 44 Daisy. She struggles on that turn to the inside as Woodmere Oduya. Held up on cover in the back, My Midnight Lover. Pinned to the inside, Santa Fe's Appetite. Panthermonium swinging 3 wide from last. 3/4 for Piper's Luna and 125 flat. Big Nipper, the pocket rider throughout. Now angles to the outside and called on to make up the 2 lengths here by Mark McDonald. Piper's Luna leads it. Big Nipper getting closer on the outside. And then Chickabel and Santa Fe's Appetite in pursuit along the inside. Here comes Big Nipper on the outside of Piper's Luna with Santa Fe's Appetite closing as well. Big Nipper, Piper's Luna. Big Nipper gets up right on the line. Big Nipper over Piper's Luna and Santa Fe's Appetite in 152 and 3. Here's how they all finished in tonight's 4th race. From the top, it goes scratch 4-3, 1-2-6, 5-9-7, 8 on the bottom. Race number 5 coming up next, where number 10 Uncle Shank has 2 claims entered. Post time is in 13 minutes.
Winbag Farm graduates are born to compete and race to win and have made over $480 million and have won over 50,000 times. Yearlings for sale in Goshen, Ohio, Lexington, London, and Harrisburg. Featuring first crop yearlings sired by Meadowlands Pace winner Beach Glass, Adios Pace winner Cannibal, O'Brien Award winner Lawless Shadow, multiple O'Brien Award winner Tattoo Artist, and Van Patch Award winner Volume 8. Yearlings eligible for multiple racing jurisdictions. For more information, visit winbackfarm.com.
When I think New Holland, the first word that would come to my mind, I would think success. I think without it, for me, the success isn't there.
Whenever you deal with somebody so long and they take care of you, you remember that.
New Holland builds products that will continue to evolve and make the farmer more efficient, that can produce food for the world.
Race number 4 in the books, and Big Nipper was able to get the job done. Fresh face on our circuit there, and come up with a nice effort for Paul Court and Mark McDonald once again in the winner's circle. Mark is really liking this Canadian trip. He seems to be winning an awful lot of races here lately. So let's move on to race number 5. And I thought that we'd have a few claims from the outside, but unfortunately it's just the one horse is claimed, and that's going to be Uncle Shank. Has 2 claims entered on him, but he does have the 10 hole. So I do think that Xavier and Stick 'em in, Let 'em go. I just don't see them going to the back. I think if they go to the back, they're basically conceding the entire race. I'm not 100% sure how hard they want to come out of there, but I just don't see them going to the back in this situation. Now, Codecracker, I don't really see him going to the back either. You know, I think that he's got enough wheels to get himself out of there into a good spot. Everybody knows that the horse has been very live. I know he's moving up in class, but again, he's a live horse. I think that they're going to put him into play in this race. So I elected to go with the 2 horse in here. Ponder No Longer. Now, Kevin does have Ponder No Longer in for 4th. Garnet not using him, and Gislan not using him either. But I'm going to go with this route. He's 16 to 1 right now on that last flash. But if you look at him, I mean, really, other than the 7th where he had the 10 hole, was parked every step of the mile first over with no cover and got beat 2.5 lengths, show me some bad lines. You know, other than that, he's had a 1st, a 2nd, a 3rd. He was 4th in his last start, had a lot of pop on the end of it, paced a mile in 50 and 4, last half in 55 and 1. I just think that he's in a good spot. In here. I fully expect him not to get away, you know, in the top 4, let's say. I think if he gets away mid-pack, you know, he's going to catch the cover that he needs and get himself out of there and get himself into a good spot. So Ponder No Longer, 14 to 1. Still really like him in here. I just don't think that it's going to be as tough that first quarter on what it could be on some of the other ones in here. Let's take a look at some of the other ones in here. The 3 horse at 6 to 1. This is Chicken and Dice, racing great for Tyler Schlattman. Hitting the board consistently, maybe a bit of a step up for him, but a multiple move second in his last start. So we'll have to see how he adjusts to this 30-40 in here. 4-horse Instantaneous. I had him down as a big park in his last race. He raced incredibly well for Sam Filion, but I'm going to move from the 20 into the 30-40. It was a big effort that he put up last week, so I don't know if he's going to come back with quite the same ability. The 5-horse Dow's Up, taking some looks at 7-1. I won't be using him in here, but Pam Forgey's barn is always dangerous when she comes into town. The 6-horse Want to Be a Big Star, 7-1 on him as well. I had him. I thought he raced good in his last. Now, and again, another horse that I don't see him coming out of there. So I think that it gives these outside 4 an opportunity to kind of move out of there and then let's see what happens when the dust settles. So Code Cracker to me was locked in his last race until it was too late. When he got out, he did have some step on the end of it, but it was just too late to do the most damage, and he ended up finishing third in there. Stick him in, let him go has raced incredibly well for Demers and Murner. You just got to throw away that last start, and that's easy to do. He was parked every step of the mile. In the middle half, he was 3 wide doing it, so I can easily see him coming up with a better effort in here tonight. I think McNair's picking up a live drive. JJ Xavier's been racing good for a long time. You can see on his summary, already got $94,000 put away this year in 23 starts. So you know he's racing very, very well. I got him in for second. And Uncle Shank, the claimed horse, caught him in for third. Again, I truly believe that the 7, the 8, the 9, and the 10 will all be coming out of there. So, make your selections, and adjust it that way. Now, race number 5 is on the track. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 6. Good luck.
Leading parade for race 5, number 1's Major Fern Co. Mark McDonald for trainer Vic Putty. Limco Incorporated owns. J.R. Plant drives 2 Ponder No Longer. Gerard Demers owns and trains. The 3, Chicken and Ice, gets Bob McClure at the controls. Tyler Schlotman trains for Kevin Skilton. Instantaneous number 4, Trevor Henry drives. Jared Mann trains and owns with Ron Nobes and Charles Gazzola. The 5, Dow's Up. Travis Henry aboard. Pam Forgey for Triple S Equine. Number 6, Want to Be a Big Star. Travis Cullen for trainer Jody Cullen. A1 Stable the owner. Brett Lester sending out number 7, Code Cracker for A. Bianco Holdings Limited. Tyler Jones in the bike. 8 is Stick Him In, Let Him Go. Doug McNair between the wheels. Gary Murner for Ray Lasky, Andrew Harris, and a numbered company, Alberta Incorporated. Number 9 is J.J. Xavier. Louis Waugh drives for trainer Kyle Fellows. John McMillan, the owner. And starting on the outside, post 10, Uncle Shank. 2 claims entered. Daryl Thiessen drives for trainer Carmen Asiello. Michael Sergi and David Phillips are the owners. It's your field for tonight's 5th, coming up in 4. Starting again now, heading into position. Field for the 5th will begin taking up their positions. Group of 10 to close out the early pick 5. Outside favoritism to Uncle Shank. 2 claims entered. Back down to the level that he last won at on June the 28th. Daryl Thiessen back in the bike here for trainer Carmen Osiello. 4-1 next door on the 9, JJ Xavier. Couple of 6-1 shots and want to be a big star in Code Cracker from post 6 and 7. And Chicken and Dice with some support on the inside at 7-1. It's post time for the 5th race as the field now lined up is at the top of the stretch. It's going to be a problematic start for the 10. Uncle Shank, he is way back and on the gallop. He'll be the subject of an inquiry. The other 9 on the gate, and there they go. They're off and pacing. And heading out of there, stick him in, let him go. Drives forward here for McNair. To that one's inside, Code Cracker. And to the outside, JJ Xavier. Then Dow's up away 4th in front of Chicken and Dice 5th. 3 more lengths to Major Fernco's. Headed to the opening turn, being followed by Ponder No Longer. That one's in 7th. Back in 8th, we find Instantaneous. 9th one, Wanna Be a Big Star. And well back is Uncle Shank, again, the reason of the inquiry, so please hold all tickets. 26 flat, opening quarter speed. JJ Xavier leads about 3.5 in front of Stick 'em and Let 'em Go, with Code Cracker tracking 3rd. Dow's up is 4th. Chicken and Dice continues 5th. Major Fernco, the 6th one. 7th and on the move, Ponder No Longer. Swinging to the outside to follow Instantaneous. And then it is Wanna Be a Big Star. Half in 53, hand 4, and it's JJ Xavier in front 3. Stick him in, let him go, 2nd. Here comes Dow's up with a rush now. Takes over 3rd, and quickly coming after leader JJ Xavier as they head now towards the far turn. It's JJ Xavier with company. Dow's up on the outside. Now matching strides to 3/4. Chicken and Dice getting closer as well to the inside. Stick him and let him go. 1:21 and 3 3/4. They swing for the stretch, and it's Dow's up taking over the lead from JJ Xavier. In pursuit and behind now, Chicken and Dice along the inside. McNair calls on. Stick him and let him go from the back. Wanna Be a Big Star and Code Cracker along the inside as well. Here comes Stick him and let him go. Wanna Be a Big Star rallying quickly here for Cullen after Stick him in, let him go. Stick him in, let him go, or Wanna Be a Big Star? Wanna Be a Big Star right up in time. Stick him in, let him go 2nd. Chicken and Dice 3rd. 1:49 and 1. Inquiry sign up. Please hold all tickets. .6837 unofficial. Again, inquiry sign up. Judges looking back at the start and the issues with the 10, Uncle Shank. Should be a quick decision here, but they're just going to have a look back and see whether or not he got a fair start. As we wait the judge's decision, let's meet the fifth race winner, number 6, Wanna Be a Big Star. Back in front of us is the 5-year-old Brown Gelding by Shadow Play out of the Estrellas Dam Greek Beach. A1 Stable owns. Jody Cullen trains Travis Cullen, the winning driver. It's the double for Team Cullen. Wanna Be a Big Star, third win of the year in 18 tries, 16th career score. And he gets a new speed badge tonight, 149-1 off the pace. Wanna Be a Big Star. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see from this still shot well outside the fair start pole was number 10, Uncle Shank, when the rest of the field was let go. Therefore, deemed to have not received a fair start, number 10, Uncle Shank, becomes a pari-mutuel refund. Number 10, Uncle Shank, will be refunded, scratched off of this board. You're going to see significant change in the odds. Once he's taken off of the board here, there'll be a consolation double paid out. As for your multi-legs, those of you using the 10 Uncle Shank, you'll inherit in his place the post-time favorite, which now with the scratch of Uncle Shank, turns into the race winner. That's 6, Wanna Be a Big Star at 3-1. Again, number 10, Uncle Shank, did not receive a fair start, and a pari-mutuel refund because of it. Race 5 payouts. Number 6, Wanna Be a Big Star, $875, $350. Second, number 8, Stick 'em and Let 'em Go, $855.50. Third, number 3, Chicken and Dice, $470. $2 Exacta, $57.70. $1 Try, $210.20. $1 Super, $930.25. $2 Consolation, double of 4 and 10, $610. The $2 4 and 6, $38.60. $21.80 on a $1 Pick 3. And we wrapped up our early Pick 5. $1 winning ticket, $240.10. Still more than 1,000 remains alive in the early Pick 4 heading to the final leg. And Pick 6 down to $469.07. And claimed out of that fifth race, 2 claims are in on the 10, Uncle Shank. Is taken for $40,000. Goes to new owner Natalie, I think it's Sagan. Kyle Fellows is the new trainer. Coming up next, race 6 as we kick off our mid-Pick 5. Uncle Shank, he is way back and on the gallop. He'll be the subject of an inquiry. The other 9 on the gate, and there they go. They're off and pacing. And heading out of there, stick him in, let him go. Drives forward here for McNair. To that one's inside, Code Cracker. And to the outside, JJ Xavier. Then Dow's up away 4th in front of Chicken and Dice 5th. 3 more lengths to Major Fernco's. Headed to the opening turn, being followed by Ponder No Longer. That one's in 7th. Back in 8th, we find Instantaneous. 9th one, Wanna Be a Big Star. And well back is Uncle Shank, again, the reason of the inquiry, so please hold all tickets. 26 flat, opening quarter speed. JJ Xavier leads about 3.5 in front of Stick 'em and Let 'em Go, with Code Cracker tracking 3rd. Dow's up is 4th. Chicken and Dice continues 5th. Major Fernco, the 6th one. 7th and on the move, Ponder No Longer, swinging to the outside to follow Instantaneous, and then it is Wanna Be a Big Star. Half in 53, hand 4, and it's JJ Xavier in front 3. Stick him in, let him go, 2nd. Here comes Dow's up with a rush now. Takes over 3rd, and quickly coming after leader JJ Xavier as they head now towards the far turn. It's JJ Xavier with company. Dow's up on the outside. Now matching strides to 3/4. Chicken and Dice getting closer as well to the inside. Stick him and let him go. 1:21 3 3/4. They swing for the stretch, and it's Dow's up taking over the lead from JJ Xavier. In pursuit and behind now, Chicken and Dice along the inside. McNair calls on. Stick him and let him go from the back. Wanna Be a Big Star and Code Cracker along the inside as well. Here comes Stick him and let him go. Wanna Be a Big Star rallying quickly here for Cullen after Stick him in, let him go. Stick him in, let him go, or Wanna Be a Big Star? Wanna Be a Big Star, right up in time. Stick him in, let him go 2nd. Chicken and Dice 3rd. 1:49 1. Inquiry sign up. Please hold all tickets. Race 5 finish order. From the top down, it goes 8-7-3, 6-5-1, 4-2-9, and pulled up did not finish on the bottom, was refunded as well for not receiving a fair start. Up next, race 6 to kick off our mid-pick 5. No changes, post time in 15 minutes. Six-race pacers on parade. Number 1, Grit and Grace. J.R. Plon on the bike. Mike Quinowski trains for owner Lorraine Ray. The 2 is She's a Streaker. Travis Henry in tow. Seamus Quill trains for owner Bill Donovan. Bob McClure pilots 3, Seclusion. Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. Travis Cullen driving the 4, Raptors 1. Jody Cullen trains for A1 Stable. Here's number 5, One Last Wish. Mark McDonald between the wheels. Ken Susi for Brian and Dr. David Legg. Number 6, Coal Creek Fuego. Louis Watt, the controls. Daniel Walker trains for Coal Creek Standardbred. Tyler Jones will drive 7 by Bitcoin for owner-trainer Clement Lozano-Che. The 8, Madrid. Doug McNair for trainer Clifford McGuire. Nancy McGuire, the owner. Number 9 is Kiss. Trevor Henry in the bike. Marie DuPont trains for Écurie CSL Brad Grant and a numbered company, Quebec Incorporated. And Paul McDonnell trains and drives number 10 Aviana. Haley Curry and Carol Campbell share ownership. It's your field for the 6th. We kick off our mid-pick 5 next. Post times in 5 minutes.
Race number 6 on the track, and as Chad was telling you, this is the kickoff to the mid-pick 5. We have 3 pick 5s tonight. 1 is in the books. This is the mid, and the late pick 5 starts off, I think, in race number 9. So right now on the screen is my top pick in here. This is Grit and Grace. Normally you would think to yourself, oh, I got the rail, great spot, blah, blah, blah. I'm not 100% sure if it's going to be the best spot for her in here tonight. I think he really needs to push out of there to get a few of these horses in behind him. There's a couple of them that's going to be leaving that I don't think you want to be have any part of. Not sure how much she can push off the rail, but I hope he's able to get her out of there and get her into a good spot, see what happens from there out. This is an interesting race, okay? We got 10 horses in here, and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of them made my watch list, this being one of them. She's a streaker, big on end in her last start. In non-winners of 9,000. Now she steps up a class, though, so I'm going to do a wait and see on this one, but she looks good. The 3 horse was much the best in her last race in non-winners of 6,000, but she has to come up a couple classes. So I'm going to take a wait and see on her as well. Raptors 1 that's on your screen right now. I just look at her as dangerous right now. There's not too many classes that she's going to be in that I'm not going to have her as part of my ticket. She is very, very live. Her form is really, really good. All she's doing is just waiting to kind of sneak through there. And when she does, she's going to be a nice price right now, 5-1 on a horse that is very, very live. 5 horse won't be using her in here tonight. Big effort last week for One Last Wish, but this is a pretty good step up. Now this one on your screen, Cold Creek Fuego, was very live in her last start. She's also going to be moving from the non-winners of 9,000 up to the non-winners of 12,000, but very, very live on the end of it. Just a really, really kind of a hard-hitting little one, this one. I could see at some point her being a mare's open, maybe in the winter, late fall or something like that, but this is a nice horse. I really, really like her. The 8-horse Madrid. Now, this is your favorite, 2-1. McNair driving this one. He's been driving her last 3 starts. She's been racing really, really good for him. That last start in the Fillies and Mares Open, was plucked out of a 20,000 claimer, Madrid, and has moved into the 30s, now up into the condition ranks, and still racing very, very well. 2 starts ago, paced a mile in 48 and 4. The big thing where I'm going to use her in for second is I just don't really like the post position. I think there's going to be a lot of levers in here, and she's going to be one of them. If he can get her out of there and get her to the front without too much damage, then she's going to be tough to beat. But if there is a little bit of damage, then I think it makes her susceptible, so I'm going to play against her in here. The 9-horse, 20-1 right now for Kiss. I've been using her quite religious, but I'm not really a big fan of the way she looks out there tonight. I thought that she's looked a little bit better at times before, so I won't be using her in here tonight. But Trevor Henry picking her up tonight. Like I said, I have been using her. I think that she's a quality horse, but I just don't really know if I like her as much there tonight. Aviana, I'm not going to be using her. Tough to stay away from her, with the 10-hole and what she brings. But she hasn't raced since July the 3rd. Paul's in the bike. I just don't see him doing anything crazy with her. And there's the 3-horse Seclusion going to the gate as long as the 7 as well. So my numbers in race number 6, the kickoff to the mid pick 5, 1, 8, 4, and 6. Best of luck is how you see it.
And it's your last call to wager on this 6th race as a good-looking group of mares line up. Kicking off our mid pick 5. Pool will continue to grow. More than 30,000 currently in there. A couple of 2-1 shots on the board. Madrid and Cold Creek Fuego. And Grit and Grace now 5-2 from the rail. It's post time. Here they come. Sixth race field picks up speed. Outside pair going to gap the start a couple of lengths. Away they go. They're off and pacing. Grit and Grace quick away from the rail. Raptors 1 sprints out now with that one, and down the center, Cold Creek Fuego, and now powering even faster forward is McNair pushing the button on Madrid. One last wish into the top half of the group, and then it's a couple of lengths more back to She's a Streaker, who's going to get away 6th. She's 3 in front of Seclusion. That one's followed by My Bitcoin. Another 2 to Kiss, and Avian at the back. Madrid takes over the lead into the backstretch and opens up 2 on Grit and Grace. 26 flat the opening quarter. Raptors 1 is 3rd with One Last Wish pacing 4th. 2 more to Cold Creek Fuego 5th. And then She's a Streaker. We've got a break of about 5 to Seclusion. And a couple more to My Bitcoin, making another 3 to Kiss, and Aviana still trails. Field coming to the half, Madrid calling the shots. 2-length leader there in 53-2. Speed legit, Grit and Grace 2nd, Raptors 1 3rd. One Last Wish still tracking in 4th in front of Cold Creek Fuego, and She's a Streaker. And then Seclusion, My Bitcoin, last pair Kiss and Aviana. Less than 3/8 to go, and we've got Grit and Grace popping pocket now for Plant, and she goes after Madrid as this pair battles to 3/4 now in 1:21-1. Grit and Grace pokes her head in front on the outside. Madrid trying to battle back to the inside. It's Grit and Grace with the lead, and it looks like we've got some issues here with Madrid, but she's still trying to battle. Up the inside is Cold Creek Fuego, and Raptors 1 from the back. She's a Streaker starting to close as well. Here's Cold Creek Fuego and Grit and Grace, and She's a Streaker rallying in the center. Up the inside, but here on the outside, She's a Streaker at 19-1. Gets up right on the line, and 149-1 to pull off the upset. Race 6 unofficial, 2-1-6-5. Sixth race upsetter number 2, She's a Streaker, returns in front of us. The 4-year-old bay mare by Huntsville out of the Ponderdam Michaela Rose is owned by Bill Donovan. Trained to victory by Seamus Quill and Travis Henry engineers the upset. She's a Streaker now 2 for 7 this year, finding her form right now. A 7-time winner. She comes away with a new lifetime mark, 149-1. She's a Streaker at 19-1. Race 6 payouts. Winner number 2, She's a Streaker, 41, 50, 12, 30, and 610. Second number 1, Grit and Grace, $3, 220. Third was the 6, Cold Creek Fuego, $240. $2 Exacta, 168.30. Dollar Trifecta pays $193.75. Dollar Superfecta, $1,364.45. $2 Double, $155.90. Dollar Pick 3, $162.10. And the early pick 4 wrapped up, dollar return, $398.95. 54,000 plus wagered in the mid pick 5. And we've got 3,000 plus in live money moving on to leg 2. As for the pick 6, halfway through the wager down to $23.81. race. Field picks up speed. Outside pair going to gap the start a couple of lengths. Away they go. They're off and pacing. Grit and Grace quick away from the rail. Raptors 1 sprints out now with that one, and down the center, Cold Creek Fuego, and now powering even faster forward is McNair pushing the button on Madrid. One Last Wish into the top half of the group, and then it's a couple of lengths more back to She's a Streaker, who's going to get away 6th. She's 3 in front of Seclusion. That one's followed by My Bitcoin. Another 2 to Kiss, and Avian at the back. Madrid takes over the lead into the backstretch and opens up 2 on Grit and Grace. 26 flat the opening quarter. Raptors 1 is 3rd with One Last Wish pacing 4th. 2 more to Cold Creek Fuego 5th. And then She's a Streaker. We've got a break of about 5 to Seclusion. And a couple more to My Bitcoin, making another 3 to Kiss, and Aviana still trails. Field coming to the half, Madrid calling the shots. 2-length leader there in 53 and 2. Speed legit, Grit and Grace 2nd, Raptors 1 3rd. One Last Wish still tracking in 4th in front of Cold Creek Fuego, and She's a Streaker. And then Seclusion, My Bitcoin, Last Pair Kiss and Aviana. Less than 3/8 to go, and we've got Grit and Grace popping pocket now for Plant, and she goes after Madrid as this pair battles to 3/4 now in 1:21-1. Grit and Grace pokes her head in front on the outside. Madrid trying to battle back to the inside. It's Grit and Grace with the lead. And it looks like we've got some issues here with Madrid, but she's still trying to battle. Up the inside is Cold Creek Fuego, and Raptors 1 from the back. She's a Streaker starting to close as well. Here's Cold Creek Fuego and Grit and Grace, and She's a Streaker rallying in the center. Up the inside, but here on the outside, She's a Streaker at 19-1. Gets up right on the line, and 149-1 to pull off the upset. Here's the finish order from tonight's 6th race. Top down goes 2-1-9, 6-4-3, 7-5-10, and 8 on the bottom. Race 7 up next. It's our Mayor's Open pace. No changes. Post time in 13 minutes.
Love horse racing? HPIBet.com is Canada's leader in online horse betting. Access thousands of live races from hundreds of tracks worldwide instantly. Enjoy the most advanced betting tools like AI Smart Picks and exclusive cashback rewards you won't get anywhere else. Join today and get up to $100 in free bets. Get the ultimate horse betting experience with HPIBet.com.
If whiskey could talk, Johnny Walker Black Label. The same, with notes of sweet, smooth toffee, rich fruit, and a touch of smoke. Tastes as good as it sounds.
A major harness racing event is coming to Clinton later this month.
The two representatives from the Ontario Regional Driving Team.
It's the first time the Clinton Raceway will host the national championship, and as Scott Miller reports, organizers hope it won't be the last.
Atlantic Regional is Mark Campbell. That's him. Congratulations, Speedway.
Field on parade for race 7, the Mayor's Open. Number 1's Ultimate Desby with Bob McClure driving. Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL. The 2, Sensationalize, has Travis Cullen in the bank. Jody Cullen trains and owns with Ron Cullen, A1 stable and Don McRae. Number 3, Absolution, Trevor Henry for trainer Jack Moiseyev. Joanne Colville, Nancy McNiven own. The The 4 Verity Blue Chip, Doug McNair drives, Greg McNair trains, Strideline Racing owns. Dave Mineri sending out the 5, Simply the Best. Louis Waugh drives, owners Aura Harvey Fee Incorporated. And let's enjoy 6. J.R. Plon and the Sulky Jacques Dupont trains for Ecurie CSL. That's your group of a half dozen for the Mayor's Open. Coming up next in 5 minutes. Looking ahead, we have a scratch now due to sickness in race number 8 of the 10, a Class Yankee. Number 10, a Class Yankee scratched sick out of race number 8.
Well, if you were lucky enough to get the 19-1 shot in race number 6 and you're still moving forward in your mid-pick 5, well done. Very well done. We got an interesting board happening here, too. We got 6 horses, and the long shot is on your screen right now. And she's at 14-1, and she's really not a long shot. She had a very, very good race. In her last race. She had to come first over early, but still, it was a good effort. The week before, she's a winner down the road in the Fillies and Mares Open. So she's got in good form right now, this one as well. But, right now, it just seems like there's a few horses on the outside that they like a little bit better. 15-1, juicy number on Ultimate Desby. The 2-horse Sensationalize is going to be my second pick in this race. Wow, she's going to be hoovering on the end of it. Can she ever make ground up in that last quarter? And this is a short field, so she's going to be dangerously close. She might end up getting the win here. Her first Fillies and Mares Open win in Canada. This daughter of Bettor's Delight. Really, really looking good out there for Team Cullen. So got her in for the deuce. 4-1. Right now on Sensationalize. Absolution, they've loved her since she came onto the track. Oh, she's gone up now to 2-1. She was your favorite right from the time the windows opened up on this race. But Ray took a little bit of a step up to 2-1, but still your second choice in here. I have her in for third right now. The 4-horse Verity Blue Chip, I won't be using her, but she looks really, really good out there right now as well. And here's the 3-horse Absolution. So this is my third pick. There's Verity Blue Chip. That's going to be, I won't be using her, but that was a nice effort that she put up last week. Mile and 48-3, but that was down in the non-winners of 9,000. I think that she's a really nice horse. I think she's racing really good, but I don't know if she can kind of go with this company. Now, if you look down Fillies and Mares Open, that she did race in this. Dougie gave her a real good trip. She finished 5th in there, only beaten a length and a half. She actually looked like she was pretty good, pretty live on the end of it there if he just chooses to race her the same way. But if he goes out of there hard with her and maybe looks to chop this one, I don't know if she's going to be able to last in here. So I'm not going to be using her right now at 8-1 for all those McNair fans. Simply the Best. I am going to be using her down on the bottom of my ticket. I think that she races quite well for Mineri and Louis Waugh. So I'm going to throw her down in for fourth last week in the Mares Open with a big leave out of there. Now let's go on to the 6-horse right now. It's 9-5 when the first opened up. They weren't playing her at all, but this is my pick in here. Big reason is just because I just don't like, she's never really coming on a 7-day rotation. You know what I mean? She goes May 29th to June the 12th, so that's about a 14-day rotation. Then she goes June the 12th to the 27th. That's a 15-day rotation, so another 2 weeks that she didn't race. And then she goes from the 27th to the 10th in her last start, another 2-week rotation for her. But now she's coming back this time on just as good of a date as anybody else in the race, so I like her in here tonight. I think that she's going to be a lot better. I think he can race her however he wants. Take a good, strong look leaving out of there. If there's not too many of them going, step on the gas. If there's lots of them leaving, she can race from off the pace good, too. So Let's Enjoy will be my top pick in here. My number is 6, 2, 3, and 5 in this Fillies and Mares Open. I'll be back to talk to you before race number 8. Best of luck in here, and best of luck, again, if you're moving forward in that mid-pick 5.
Mares Open Pacers begin to take up their positions behind the gate. Group of a half dozen get to chase a nice purse of $44,000, and really outside of the one Ultimate Desby. The other 5 are all getting play. Co-favorite at 2-1, the 3 Absolution, and the 6 Let's Enjoy. Sensationalize at 7 or 2, Simply the Best next at 4-1, and Verity Blue Chip at 6-1. Short field, but a competitive group, it appears. And they're now all lined up at the top of the stretch. It's post time. Here they come. Mares for the 7th. Gathering speed. There they go. They're off and pacing, and taking off for the lead is Simply the Best and Wah. A matter of strides, crosses over in front of Sensationalize, who gets the early pocket. To Absolution away 3rd, and then Ultimate Desby. Further back, Verity Blue Chip, and Let's Enjoy is going to do it from off of the pace as she goes right to the back. So Simply the Best lines them up early. Sensationalize on the helmet 2nd. Absolution then 3rd. 2 more lengths. It's Ultimate Desby 4th as they ring by the opening panel in 27-2. Another 2.5 to Verity Blue Chip, who's tracked by early trailer Let's Enjoy. Mares into the backstretch, heading towards 3/8, and Simply the Best gets to call the shots. Sensationalize getting a nice trip in the deuce, then Absolution stalking that top pair from 3rd. Still another couple to Ultimate Desby, Verity Blue Chip, and Let's Enjoy. Looking for a breather here is Simply the Best. She and Wah length in front of Sensationalize, and down to the half now in 55-4, so 28-2 split. Absolution stays in 3rd. Verity Blue Chip up on the outside in front of Let's Enjoy. She's now picked up a position, and Ultimate Desby trails to the inside, just under 3/8 to go, and pace should quicken now. Simply the Best leads, Sensationalize in 2nd. Here's Verity Blue Chip now inching closer. She's 3rd. The inside locked up 4th is Absolution. Let's Enjoy. She's within range now. 2nd over 5th, 1:23 and 1 3/4. They come off of the final turn. Can they catch Simply the Best? She leads in front of Sensationalize with Verity Blue Chip there and off cover. Let's Enjoy called on to find her best stride as she starts to roll here for Plon. Here comes Let's Enjoy mowing down Simply the Best with Sensationalize in between. It's Let's Enjoy sweeping by Lay. Let's Enjoy by a length. Pace setter, Simply the Best was 2nd. Might have been Absolution up for 3rd in 1:49-4. (6-5-3-2) unofficial. Number 6, Let's Enjoy. An off-the-pace winner captures the Mares Open 7th race. She's back in front of us now. The 4-year-old Bay Mare by Better's Delight out of the Rock and Roll Heaven Dam Rock and Joy is owned by Acre CSL. Trained by Jacques Dupont and driven to victory by J.R. Plant tonight. Let's Enjoy with her 12th victory of the year in 18 tries. 16th career score. She goes sub 50 for a new lifetime mark. 149-4 for 9-5 top choice. Let's Enjoy. Number 6, Let's Enjoy, returning $583, $290. Second, number 5, Simply the Best, $440, $260. Third was 3 Absolution, $240. $2 Exact to $23.20. $1 Try, $29.65. $1 Super, $60.90. $2 Double, $112.10. $1 Pick 3, $159.05. $934.47 live in the mid pick 5. Pick 6 down to $943 with 2 legs to go. Mares for the 7th. Gathering speed. There they go. They're off and pacing, and taking off for the lead is Simply the Best and Wah. A matter of strides, crosses over in front of Sensationalize, who gets the early pocket. To Absolution away third, and then Ultimate Desby. Further back, Verdi Blue Chip. And Let's Enjoy is going to do it from off of the pace as she goes right to the back. So Simply the Best lines them up early. Sensationalize on the helmet second. Absolution then third. 2 more lengths. It's Ultimate Desby fourth as they ring by the opening panel in 27-2. Another 2.5 to Verdi Blue Chip, who's tracked by early trailer. Let's Enjoy. Mares into the backstretch, heading towards 3/8. And Simply the Best gets to call the shots. Sensationalize getting a nice trip in the deuce. Then Absolution stalking that top pair from third. Still another couple to Ultimate Desby, Verdi Blue Chip, and Let's Enjoy. Looking for a breather here is Simply the Best. She and Wah length in front of Sensationalize and down to the half now in 55-4, so 28-2 split. Absolution stays in third. Verity Blue Chip up on the outside in front of Let's Enjoy. She's now picked up a position, and Ultimate Desby trails to the inside, just under 3/8 to go, and pace should quicken now. Simply the Best leads, Sensationalize in second. Here's Verity Blue Chip now inching closer. She's third. To the inside, locked up fourth is Absolution. Let's Enjoy. She's within range now. Second over fifth, 1:23 and 1 3/4. They come off of the final turn. Can they catch Simply the Best? She leads in front of Sensationalize with Verity Blue Chip there and off cover. Let's Enjoy called on to find her best stride as she starts to roll here for Plon. Here comes Let's Enjoy mowing down Simply the Best with Sensationalize in between. It's Let's Enjoy sweeping by Lay. Let's Enjoy by a length. Pace setter, Simply the Best was second. Might have been Absolution up for third in 1:49 and 4. Race 7 finish order from the top. It goes 6-4-3, 5-2, 1 on the bottom. Moving on to race 8 next. Number 10, a Class Yankee, a scratched vet sick. Post time in 13 minutes. Eighth race Pacers on parade. Number 1 is Century Komodo. Louis Waugh drives for trainer Dave Maneri and owner Pollock Racing. Number 2, Miraculous Desby, has J.R. Plon in the seat. Jacques Dupont trains for Ecurie CSL. Number 3, Pacino Hanover. Travis Cullen drives. Also owns, along with Ron Cullen and Paul Sanders. Jody Cullen trains. Jonathan Drury driving number 4, Bismarck Duplessis. Gordon McDonald trains for James Morris and Dennis Owens. The 5, Vessem. Trevor Henry in the sulky. Jacques Dupont for Ecurie CSL. Doug McNair gets the call to drive 6, Chain Gang. Nicolucci training for Millar Farms. Number 7, Light Up the World. Mark McDonald for trainer Tony Beaton, Mac and Carol Nicolone. 8 is Remember the Alamo. Bob McClure in the sulky for trainer Ben Bergeon, who co-owns. Happy birthday, Ben. Santo Annunzio Venn and Frank Cirillo also on the ownership. Dalton Shard is the 9. Travis Henry drives. Francis Guillemette trains for the Dalton Shard Group. Scratch the 10. That's your field for race number 8. It's up next in 4 minutes.
Race number 8 is on the track. If you're still moving forward in your multis, the mid-pick 5, well done. And also, this is going to pretty well the penultimate leg of the pick 6. So we got 2 more legs to go to close that one out. And this race will be the 3rd leg of the mid-pick 5. So let's take this race down. That's going to be my top pick out there right now. Waples Watch for Century Komodo. We showed you the replay. Locked in Journey in his last there. Look, he had good wheels on the end of it for Bobby McClure. Big drop down. Going to leave the non-winners of 20,000 that he's been hanging out in. Move himself down into the non-winners of 12,000. Picks up the rail. Picks up Louis Waugh. I like him in here tonight. 3-1 right now, and I think he looks really good out on the track. Let's move on to the 4-horse. This is going to be Bismarck Duplessis for Gord McDonnell. Jonathan Drury picking this one up. Hasn't raced since June the 21st. Don't know much about him. He's going to be coming in here from Northfield. Was in the Christy Noble stable. They do very, very well in Ohio, wherever they race. Looks a little fractious out there. Not grabby or anything, but certainly keen. So I'm going to take a wait and see on this guy. 10-1 right now on what I would consider to be a bit of an unknown force in here. Picked up 50,000 last year. He's got 62,000 already put away this year. Both times he's took marks of 52 over Northfield. So I think his speed fits here. Vessem N is going to be my pick for 3rd in this race. That's who he is on your screen right now. This is going to be his first start Lasix. That was a really, really nice effort in his very first start here for Jacques Dupont. Closed up a lot of ground. Check out that back half. 52 and no, wait a second. Yeah, 52-1. I think on the end of it, how would you like to have a pacer that can come a back half and 52-1? You end up finishing 4th with them, and you got to go to Lasix the next start. I mean, are you serious? I mean, wow, that is some serious speed that this guy can throw down. 9-2 for those people that like first start Lasix. I'm more of a second start Lasix kind of a guy, but the wheels that this guy's showing, even without the Lasix, kind of makes a person wonder, right? Nice number on him right now, too, at 4-1. 6-horse, Chain Gang. I'm not sure if McNair's ever drove this guy before. I probably should have looked back. But, Dougie adjusts to everything so well, and he's been racing against this horse a long time. So I got a feeling he's going to get a pretty good draw, pretty good bead on this guy. I got him in for 2nd, was absolutely flying in his last start. You can see, again, another horse that paced the back half in 52-4, mile in 48-3. So McNair picking himself up a very live Galucci drive. The 7-horse Light Up the World definitely has the ability to take this race down. The big thing is how is Mark going to race him right now? And he really hasn't had a clean line since June the 27th. Basically misses July, most of July. So say about almost 3 weeks off. So I'm going to take a wait and see on him. Remember the Alamo. This is the one that's been kind of boffing the favorite status back and forth. Really should be the horse that's bringing the most in this race, but I just haven't seen that lately. I'm going to play against him. Dalton Shard is very, very scary in this race. This 9 horse got big wheels on the end of it as well. A lot of these horses in this race really can skate home pretty good. Right now, your favorite is going to be that 5 horse. First Start, Lasix at 5-2, but this is a very, very loose board. 1659 is going to be my numbers in here, and I'll be back to talk to you before race number 9, which is going to be the kickoff to the late pick 5. You still awake up there, Chad?
Sure am. Getting set for this 8th race. As you talked about, a nice looking betting board here. Slightly favored is the 5 Vessem on the Lasix program. Jacques Dupont looking to come right back. He's got a couple in here. Sends out long shot Miraculous Desby. From the rail, Century Komodo, the one that Randy has sniffed out from the latest, is getting play here for Juan Maneri. 7-2 on number 8, Remember the Alamo. Trying to deliver a birthday gift to conditioner and owner Ben Bergeon. It is post time for the 8th race. They're all lined up. Here they come. Good looking start. Away they go. They're off and pacing in tonight's 8th race. And powering out of there is Remember the Alamos. McClure sends his charge right to the front. They're 3 wide in behind him with Century Komodo pushing away from the rail to try and secure a spot in the pocket. Vessem on the outside is parked in 3rd. Will he tuck or drive on? Looking to cross over for a seat as well is Dalton Shard. He's going to lay parked out now as Vessem does go after leader Remember the Alamo. 26-2 opening quarter speed. Vessem takes over. Remember the Alamo 2nd. Century Komodo on the move early. Out of 3rd and rushing up after Vessem as they go towards 3/8. Bismarck Duplessis is in 4th. In front of Dalton Shard. He got a spot 5th. Chain Gang tracking 6th, then swings to the outside. Miraculous Desby is going to be brought to the outer flow as well. Then Pacino Hanover scooting up the inside as Light Up the World. Century Komodo on top in front of Vessem and down to the half in 54-4. Remember the Alamo with another move. Here he comes up after Century Komodo as they head into this bend towards 5/8. Century Komodo half length in front on the inside with Remember the Alamo on the outside. In behind that pair is Vessem and Dalton Shard. 4th up to 5th is Chain Gang. Starting to back away is Bismarck Duplessis on the outside of that one. Miraculous Desby followed by Pacino Hanover and trailer Light Up the World. 122 to the 3rd panel. Off for the final turn. Century Komodo leads. Remember the Alamo on the outside trying to find more. Starting to wind up from the back is Chain Gang between horses. Vessem in behind Dalton Shard. Century Komodo still leading the way. Remember the Alamo. Chain Gang. It's Century Komodo and Wah still by a couple here. Century Komodo is going to get the win at 7-2. Century Komodo looked like Chain Gang might have got up for 2nd over Remember the Alamo in 149-2. One, 6, 8, and 9 unofficial. Winner of race 8, the 1, Century Komodo's back in front of us. Bay Gelding, 5 years old, by Better's Delight out of Michelin's filly by Captain Treacherous, is owned by Pollock Racing. Trained to victory by Dave Maneri and driven to victory by Louis Waugh. Century Komodo with his first of the year and his 4th attempt. 14th career score, 149-2. Century Komodo at 7-2. Race 8 payouts. Number 1, Century Komodo, 940, 510, 280. Second, number 6, Chain Gang, 470, 290. Third, 8, Remember the Alamo, 280. $2 Exacta, 53.50. $1 Try, 77.45. $1 Superfecta, 379.10. $2 Double, 73.80. $1 Pick 3, 1,456.40. $60.99 live in that mid pick 5. Pick 6 heading to the final leg, down to just 40 cents of live money. It is post time for the 8th race. They're all lined up. Here they come. Good looking start. Away they go. They're off and pacing in tonight's 8th race. And powering out of there is Remember the Alamos. McClure sends his charge right to the front. They're 3 wide in behind him with Century Komodo pushing away from the rail to try and secure a spot in the pocket. Vessam on the outside is parked in 3rd. Will he tuck or drive on? Looking to cross over for a seat as well as Dalton Shard. He's going to lay parked out now as Vessam does go after leader Remember the Alamo. 26-2 opening quarter speed. Vessam takes over. Remember the Alamo 2nd. Century Komodo on the move early. Out of 3rd and rushing up after Vessam as they go towards 3/8. Bismarck Duplessis is in 4th. In front of Dalton Shard. He got a spot 5th. Chain Gang tracking 6th, then swings to the outside. Miraculous Desby's going to be brought to the outer flow as well. Then Pacino Hanover scooting up the inside as Light Up the World. Century Komodo on top in front of Essam and down to the half in 54 and 4. Remember the Alamo with another move. Here he comes up after Century Komodo as they head into this bend towards 5-8. Century Komodo half length in front on the inside with Remember the Alamo on the outside. In behind that pair is Vessam and Dalton Shard. 4th up to 5th is Chain Gang. Starting to back away is Bismarck Duplessis on the outside of that one. Miraculous Desby followed by Pacino Hanover and trailer Light Up the World. 122 to the third panel. Off for the final turn. Century Komodo leads. Remember the Alamo on the outside trying to find more. Starting to wind up from the back is Chain Gang between horses. Vessam in behind Dalton Shard. Century Komodo still leading the way. Remember the Alamo. Chain Gang. It's Century Komodo and Wah still by a couple here. Century Komodo is going to get the win at 7-2. Century Komodo looked like Chain Gang might have got up for second over Remember the Alamo in 149 and 2. Here's where they all finished in tonight's 8th race. From the top, it's 186, 952, 734, scratch on the bottom. Our open pace coming up next to start the late pick 5. There's no show wagering here, no changes other than that. Post time in 10 minutes. Ninth race, Open Pacers on parade. Number 1 is Calico Jack Hanover. Bob McClure for trainer Luke Blay and owner Determination. Daryl Thiessen will drive the 2 Brew Hanover. Kyle Fellows trains for Jody Sanderson, Dwayne McPhail, and the Brew Hanover stables. Aye, Captain Deo, number 3, gets Mark McDonald in the seat. Gary Murner for Gino Toscani. 4, Crackshot. Doug McNair drives. Greg McNair trains in with Dale Hunter, Frank Brundle, and George Kerr. Number 5, Waffle Blue Chip. Travis Henry drives for trainer Dave Maneri. Pollock Racing owns. Trevor Henry drives 6, Jabberwocky. Rick Ziron trains for Rick Ziron Stables. James Walker, Johnny Marveno, and Ernest Burnett Stable. Number 7, Jordy gets J.R. Plon in the seat. Jacques DuPont for Ecurie CSL. Heavy favorite number 8, Irvin Hanover next with Louis Waugh in tow. Dave Maneri for Pollock Racing. Number 9, Heleva gets Tyler Jones. Jacques DuPont trains for Ecurie CSL. And Dublin Dasher lines up on the outside in post 10 with Travis Cullen driving. Jody Cullen trains for Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Grace Marshman. That's your field for race number 9, our $44,000 open pace to kick off tonight's late pick 5. Post times in 4 minutes.
Race number 9 on the track for all you those pick 6 players out there. We got 1 horse in this race that's going to cover it. If Irvin Hanover gets beat, we are into carryover mode. But that's going to be a tall ask, Irvin Hanover, to get beat in here. But he is the only one that is going to cover the mid-pick 5. I think there's $60, a little over $60 moving on in there. So this is the 1 horse. This is Calico Jack Hanover. I'm going to put him in for 4th. And remember, too, there's no show wagering on this race. Going to put this guy in for 4th. I probably would have ranked him a little bit higher. Really do like this horse a lot, but I don't really necessarily like him, love him off the rail. He's raced good from the rail before, but this is a tough bunch in here, especially with Irvin Hanover, and I'm just not really sure where he's going to get away with him, so I threw him in for 4th. Brew Hanover just zipped by on the screen for Daryl Thiessen and Kyle Fellows. He looks good out there as well. The rumor is that he's going to be heading down to the Gold Cup and Saucer. Best of luck to Brew if he does. He certainly has given us a lot of thrills here in Ontario, and what a very, very nice horse to bring down to the East Coast. I won't be using him in here tonight. 17-1 on Brew Hanover. Aye, Captain Dale. I won't be using this guy in here tonight as well. I thought that maybe he was just a little bit out of position his last start here on June the 27th. But boy, oh boy, he had big wheels on the end of it. You can see that 25-4 to go. But he's got the 3-hole in here. Not really sure what he's going to want to do with them. So I'm going to take a wait and see on him as well. The 4-horse Crackshot I will be using in here. I got him in for 2nd. I think this guy's a little bit of a warrior. I got a feeling Dougie's going to bomb him out of there. And if he does, he might be able to catch himself a real nice ride behind Irvin Hanover. That's kind of the way I'm looking at it right now. So Crackshot at 9-1 is my 2nd choice in here. Waffle Blue Chip, the 5-horse, won't be using him in here. Another Maneri horse in this race. He's definitely capable. Was the winner of the Open in his last start, taking down Brew Hanover. But take a real good look at the left-hand side of your column. That was on June the 20th, so he's missed over a month. The 5-horse. I'm going to do a wait and see on him. 6-horse isn't taking a lot of support at 21-1, but I got him in for 3rd. I think he's dangerous in here. I think if Trevor pushes out of there with him, this horse can always get himself up onto the board. Just a really, really nice, hard-hitting racehorse coming out of the Rick Ziron stable. The 7-horse Jordy N, I won't be using him in here at 36-1, but wow, what a mile this guy displayed last week in 48-3. Just an incredibly big effort, showed big big speed all the time. I think JR is live in here, but I'm not going to be using him. Jacques Dupont already been in the winner's circle once tonight. His barn is racing really, really good. Like I said, this guy, you know, I got a star beside his name. I loved him down in that last race, but this is a big step in against this Bearcat that's on your screen right now. This is him. This is him. This is the great Irvin Hanover. My top pick in here. We showed you the replay of the Gold Cup effort here at Woodbine, where Dexter Dung brought him from the clouds from an outside post position and was a winner. I'd throw out the last one. Just nothing went right for him down in the Houghton at the Meadowlands, but great horses find a way to bounce back, and I think he'll bounce back. Helluva, I'm not going to be using in here. He is going to go on to the Lasix program, second horse in here for the Jacques Dupont stable. So I'm going to take a wait and see on Helluva. And the 10-horse Double and Dasher, I won't be using him in here either. On a good heater right now, had 2 wins in a row, but coming from the 10-hole, multiple moves, first up and his last, I think Travis might go a little bit easy on him. The 9th race, the Open, no-show wagering, and also the kickoff to the late pick 5. My number's 8461. Best of luck for you in this race and moving on in those multis.
Nice open pace lining up here. We've got a group of 10, 44,000. Headliner is Irvin Hanover back here, prepping for a date at New Jersey 2 weeks from today on Hamiltonian afternoon in the Sam McKee Memorial. Irvin Hanover 1-2, heavily favored. Calico Jack Hanover with a great resume from the inside of 4-1. Crack Shot also has done some nice things in his career. He's 8-1, and I Captain Deo at 9-1. They're all lined up for the 9th race. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing in this week's Open. And down the center, there's Crack Shot sprinting out of there with Brew Hanover to the inside. And Brew Hanover looks like he wants to control the pace. And Thiessen will send him to the front. So Crack Shot, he'll pocket up. Jabberwocky gets away in 3rd. Irvin Hanover, the big favorite, on the outside 4th. Calico Jack Hanover along the pylons 5th. So driving on will be Irvin Hanover. Jordy gets a seat in 6th. 2 in front of I Captain Deo. They're down to an opening quarter, 26-2. Last 3 in the field are Waffle, Blue Chip, then Helluva and Dublin Dasher into the backstretch, and Crack Shot out of the pocket to come around Brew Hanover. Irvin Hanover is going to take a seat 3rd now in front of Jabberwocky 4th. Calico Jack Hanover's the 5th one. Jordy continuing 6th. 2 in front of I Captain Deo, then Waffle, Blue Chip. Further back is Helluva, and Dublin Dasher continues to trail. 53-3 to the half they go. Crack Shot on top. Brew Hanover 2nd. Irvin Hanover in pursuit 3rd. Jabberwocky follows the favorite 4th, and Calico Jack Hanover in 5th, starting to inch a bit closer as Irvin Hanover is edging out of the 3-hole, and Brew Hanover looks a little antsy out of the pocket as well. He'll stay in though. Crack Shot leads. Irvin Hanover up on the outside. Now to call. 3/4 in 1:20-4. And they swing for the straightaway. Crack Shot on the inside. Irvin Hanover on the outside. Their wheels are getting hooked up here. On the outside there is Irvin Hanover. On the inside is Crack Shot. Brew Hanover trying to rally. Calico Jack Hanover in the center of the track. Even wider is Jordy. Irvin Hanover with a slim lead. Calico Jack Hanover is chasing. Irvin Hanover though to the line. A length to the good. It's Irvin Hanover, Calico Jack Hanover. 3rd to Jordy, finishing 4th. Crack Shot, 1:48-1 for Irvin Hanover. Ninth race unofficial, 8-1, 7 and 4. Ninth race unofficial winner number 8, Irvin Hanover. Returning in front of us now, the bay horse, 6 years old by Captain Treacherous, out of the well-said Dam Eloquent Grace, is owned by Pollock Racing. Trained by Dave Maneri and driven by Louis Waugh, back-to-back for Waugh, Maneri, and Pollock. Irvin Hanover, 4 for 5 this year, 30th career score. His latest in 148-1. It's Irvin Hanover with a nice prep here in Canada for a trip in a couple of weeks down to the Meadowlands on Hambo Day. Inquiry sign is up, ladies and gentlemen. Please hold all tickets. Could affect the unofficial winner, number 8, Irvin Hanover. There was some wheels hooking there coming off the final turn between the 8 and the 4 crack shot. Are there any violations? Was one over the other at fault of that? Things judges are going to take into consideration. In the meantime, please hold all tickets as they review the footage. 8174 unofficial on the board. Attention, ladies and gentlemen, after review, judges determined that number 4, Crackshot, was the one at fault of causing the interference when the wheels hooked off the final turn as he was coming out into the 8 Irvin Hanover. Results will stand as posted, 8-1, 7, and 4. Ninth race payouts. Again, there was no show wagering. Winner 8, Irvin Hanover, $220, $210. Second one, Calico Jack Hanover, $3. Third was 7, Jordy. $2 Exacta, $8.90 try, $94.65. The $1 Superfecta returned $395.30. $2 double, $12.80. Pick 3, $74.60. And our pick 6 wrapped up here. $1 winning ticket or a 20-cent winning ticket, $2,325.48. Almost 57,000 wagered in the late pick 5. Almost 42,000 of live money carries on. As for the mid pick 5, heading to the final leg, down to 50-56 in live money. Up next is race 10 as we kick off our late pick 4. Also has done some nice things in his career. He's 8-1 and I. Captain Deo at 9-1. They're all lined up for the 9th race. Here they come. And away they go. Off and pacing in this week's Open. And down the center, there's Crackshot sprinting out of there with Brew Hanover to the inside. And Brew Hanover looks like he wants to control the pace. And Thiessen will send him to the front. So Crackshot, he'll pocket up. Jabberwocky gets away in 3rd. Irvin Hanover, the big favorite, on the outside 4th. Calico Jack Hanover along the pylons 5th. So driving on will be Irvin Hanover. Jordy gets a seat in 6th. 2 in front of II Captain Deo. They're down to an opening quarter, 26-2. Last 3 in the field are Waffle Blue Chip, then Helliva and Dublin Dasher into the backstretch, and Crackshot out of the pocket to come around Brew Hanover. Irvin Hanover is going to take a seat 3rd now in front of Jabberwocky 4th. Calico Jack Hanover's the 5th one. Jordy continuing 6th. 2 in front of II Captain Deo, then Waffle Blue Chip. Further back is Helliva, and Dublin Dasher continues to trail. 53-3 to the half they go. Crackshot on top. Brew Hanover 2nd. Irvin Hanover in pursuit 3rd. Jabberwocky follows the favorite 4th, and Calico Jack Hanover in 5th, starting to inch a bit closer as Irvin Hanover is edging out of the 3-hole, and Brew Hanover looks a little antsy out of the pocket as well. He'll stay in though. Crackshot leads. Irvin Hanover up on the outside. Now to call. 3/4 in 1:20 and 4. And they swing for the straightaway. Crackshot on the inside. Irvin Hanover on the outside. Their wheels are getting hooked up here. On the outside there is Irvin Hanover. On the inside is Crackshot. Brew Hanover trying to rally. Calico Jack Hanover in the center of the track. Even wider is Geordie. Irvin Hanover with a slim lead. Calico Jack Hanover is chasing. Irvin Hanover though to the line. A length to the good. It's Irvin Hanover, Calico Jack Hanover. 3rd to Geordie, finishing 4th. Crackshot, 1:48 and 1 for Irvin Hanover. Finish order from tonight's 9th race. Top down goes 2-5-10, 4-7-8, 3-1-9, and 6 on the bottom. Moving on to race 10 to start the late pick 4. Scratched sick is number 3, Stingray Dale. 12 minutes to post. On parade for race 10, number 1, Axial. Doug McNair drives for trainer Kyle Fellows, Yolanda Fellows, and Blair Kerbeal, the owners. Johnny Angel, 2, gets Travis Cullen in the seat. Nick Gallucci training for Millar Farms. 3 is scratched. Number 4, Who Let the Dogs Out? Mark McDonald drives for trainer John Pentland, VMB Stable, the owner. Silver Walls 5, driven by Tyler Jones. Dennis Morrissey for Dale Hunter. The 6 is Odds On Bullfrog. Travis Henry in the bike. Dr. Ian Moore training for Odds On Racing. Number 7, Redland Rocket Man, driven by Louis Waz, trained by John Pentland, who co-owns with Murray Cox and Gary Volpe. Greg McNair sends out the 8, SOS Sports Bet for Ryan McDonald. Trevor Henry drives. And the 9 is Borderline Mobby. Bob McClure for trainer Dave Maneri. Maneri Racing Incorporated, Larry Maneri, Ryan Moorfield, and Pitbull Stable, the owners. That's your field race number 10. Kicking off our late pick 4 next. Post times in 5 minutes.
Race number 10 on the track. This is going to be the closeout to that mid-pick 5. If you're still going forward, best of luck with your selections in here. Okay, that's the 1 horse, Axial, on your screen right now. Had the 9 hole in his last start, just kind of went to the back. Didn't do a whole lot, but had good wheels on the end of it. The start before, had the 7 hole, rolled out of there big time in 26 and change, but didn't really offer up much after that. So I think the horse is in good form. He's certainly been in good form before that. I think what he's really going to enjoy is dropping out of those other races, not having to face Jordy N and Double and Dasher, moves back down into the sheltered winners of 3, but not more than 5. So I think he looks really live in here. Maybe the rail isn't the exact, the best spot for him, but 7-2 is a pretty nice number, and I got him in for the deuce. 2 horse, Johnny Angel. Went to flops before that last start. Ended up with a nice 3rd in there. So as far as I know, he's still wearing the flip-flops right now. Usually you go to the flops if their feet are a little bit tender. He's had them on for a while. So I'm thinking he could come up with a pretty nice effort in here tonight at 17-1. I won't be using him. The 3 horse, Stingray Dale, won't be with us tonight. The 4 horse, let's get into some of these 3-year-old Gold Colts. Who Let the Dogs Out? Big speed that this guy has. You can see that. He paced his last mile in 48-3 with the last quarter in 26 and change. So obviously got some big wheels on the end of it. Hasn't raced since June the 27th, though. And I'm sure that they have a gold coming up, so I'm not really sure how hard they're going to want to be with this horse when he's missed almost a month. So I'm going to take a wait and see on Who Let the Dogs Out. Silver Walls. Now, this is a 4-year-old that should be really, really good in this race, but he hasn't raced since July the 4th, so I'm going to take a wait and see on him as well. But I do think he's going to get raced 9-1 right now on Silver Walls. The 6 horse Odds On Bullfrog has been your favorite really since the this race wagering opened up. He looks sensational out on the track. Moore's had a big day down stateside, 3 for 3 down there. I think Lavender Sealster might have picked up a 5th in the gold tonight, so his barn's racing good. This guy looks fantastic, but my caution is that this is the first time he's had to race outside the confines of the non-winners of 3, the straight non-winners of 3. He was in the winners of 3, not more than 6, but he was scratched judges that day. He's reeled off 2 straight wins coming up to this class, but this is a far different bunch than what he's been racing against in the non-winners of 3. Last week he beat I Love This Bar and Johnny Angel. There's some real toughies in here this week. The 7 horse Redland Rocket Man always has big wheels on the end of it. Louis Waugh just in the winner's circle a few minutes ago with Irvin Hanover, so he's off to a good night. But again, this is a horse, I got him in for 4th, but this is a horse that hasn't raced since June the 27th, so I'm not sure just how tough they're going to want to be with him in here tonight at 4-1. Nice number on him. Now, the 8 horse at 32-1. Yeah, say it again, Randy. 32-1, 31-1 now, is my top pick in here. I absolutely loved him first start Lasix. I think that this is a 4-year-old that's going to get raced in here tonight at the odds of 31-1. Waiting to where we're going to find him and going to give you a good look. I thought he looked fantastic in the post parade. There he is, nice and calm and cool. I'm telling you, I really do truly believe that this is a very live horse in here tonight for Trevor Henry. Took a little bit of a dip at 28-1. I think this guy is going to be some good. He's a 40-year-old. They can go with him out there. He's got no golds coming up. He's got a good date to work with, and second start Lasix for this horse. I really do think this guy's live. And the 9-horse Borderline Mobby, potentially the fastest 3-year-old in this bunch. You could look at it that way. But again, hasn't raced since June the 27th. Has the outside post position. Not sure just how tough they're going to want to be with this 3-year-old in here. So kind of a loose board. My top pick in here, 17-1. He's the long shot. The 2-horse, 15-1, Johnny Angel as well. But the 17-1 on the 8-horse right now. So that's how I see race number 10. 8197 is the way that I'm looking at this race. Best of luck is how you see it. Best of luck closing in that mid-pick 5. I know I'm cheering really, really heavily for this 8-horse in this race, and with the moving on in your late pick 5 as well. So best of luck in here. Again, my numbers 8, 1, 9, and 7. I'll be back to talk to you before the race number 11, as long as I didn't jump off a bridge.
Field begins to line up for tonight's 10th race. We've got a group of 8 with many 3-year-olds likely prepping for the next OSS Gould Tilt, which will be at Grand River Raceway on their annual Industry Day program on the Civic Long weekend, that Monday. August the 3rd, I believe, is the date. 5-2 on 1 Axial. 3-1 outside on Borderline Mobby. A couple of 7 or 2 shots and odds on Bullfrog and Redland Rocket Man. It's post time for race 10. Field all lined up. Here they come to a start. There they go. Off and pacing. And Silver Walls quick off the wings of the gate, along with odds on Bullfrog. From the outside, Borderline Mobby into the top 3. And behind them is Axial along the pylons, 4th. Outside of that one, 5th is Redland Rocket Man. He'll settle now in front of Johnny Angel. Further back we go to find Who Let the Dogs Out, and SOS Sports Bet is the early trailer. It's odds on Bullfrog, powering his way to the lead now after a 26-3 opening quarter. He'll take the group into the backstretch with Silver Walls in second. 2 more to Borderline Mobby, who's 3 clear of Axial. Make it another 2. Redland Rocket Man is 5th. Johnny Angel follows that one 6th. Another length and a half to Who Let the Dogs Out, and trailing SOS Sports Bet. Single file nearly at the half now. Odds on Bullfrog, 8-5 favorite. Leads the way in front of Silver Walls. First up out of 3rd is Borderline Mobby. Axial and McNair swing to the outside to catch cover. To the inside, still 5th, Redland Rocket Man as the half was reached in 55-1. Johnny Angel starts up from the back, and then Who Let the Dogs Out and SOS Sports Bet. Odds on Bullfrog, still the leader with Borderline Mobby inching closer on the outside, 2nd. Silver Walls in behind the leader, 3rd. Axial gapping his cover, 2nd over, but he's 4th. To the inside, locked up 5th, Redland Rocket Man. Johnny Angel appears to have some pace, 3rd over. He'll swing wide, also wide from the back, SOS Sports Bet. 122 and 4 3/4. Borderline Mobby on the outside, trying to get past odds on Bullfrog, who's called on for more. And this pair continues to battle inside the final 8th. It's Borderline Mobby outside, odds on Bullfrog on the inside. Odds on Bullfrog or Borderline Mobby. Odds on Bullfrog refuse to lose. Borderline Mobby 2nd, Silver Walls 3rd. Up the inside 4th, Redland Rocket Man 149-2. Race 10 unofficial, 6-9-5-7. Back in front of us, winner of the 10th, 6 odds on Bullfrog, who's found his rhythm right now. 3-0 Baco by Bulldog Hanover out of the Captain Treacherous Dam. Odds on Naples is owned by Odds on Racing, trained by Dr. Ian Moore. Driven to victory by Travis Henry, 2 on the night for Trav. Odds on Bullfrog, 3 in a row. Now 3 for 8 overall this year. 7th career score, another sub 50 performance, 149-2 for Odds on Bullfrog. Here are the payouts from race 10. Number 6 odds on Bullfrog, 523, 22.90. Second, number 9, Borderline Mobby, 423.40. Third was the 5 Silver Walls, 540. $23 for the $2 exacta, $1 try, 83.10. $1 super, 272.50. $2 double, 760. $1 pick 3, 37.55. $1 winning mid pick 5, 4,396.80. More than 26,500 wagered in the late pick 4, with a little more than 7,100 moving on. And the late pick 5, still more than 11,000 going strong as we head to the next leg. Come to a start. There they go. Off and pacing. And Silver Walls quick off the wings of the gate, along with Odds on Bullfrog. From the outside, Borderline Mobby into the top 3. And behind them is Axial along the pylons, 4th. Outside of that one, 5th is Redland Rocket Man. He'll settle now in front of Johnny Angel. Further back we go to find Who Let the Dogs Out. And SOS Sports Bet is the early trailer. It's Odds on Bullfrog, powering his way to the lead now after a 26-3 opening quarter. He'll take the group into the backstretch with Silver Walls in second. 2 more to Borderline Mobby, who's 3 clear of Axial. Make it another 2. Redland Rocket Man is 5th. Johnny Angel follows that one 6th. Another length and a half to Who Let the Dogs Out, and trailing SOS Sports Bet. Single file nearly at the half now. Odds on Bullfrog, 8-5 favorite. Leads the way in front of Silver Walls. First up out of third is Borderline Mobby. Axial and McNair swing to the outside to catch cover. To the inside, still 5th, Redland Rocket Man, as the half was reached in 55-1. Johnny Angel starts up from the back, and then Who Let the Dogs Out, and SOS Sports Bet. Odds-on Bullfrog still the leader with Borderline Mobby inching closer on the outside second. Silver Walls in behind the leader third. Axial gapping his cover second over, but he's fourth. To the inside locked up fifth. Redland Rocket Man. Johnny Angel appears to have some pace. Third over, he'll swing wide. Also wide from the Mac SOS Sports Bet. 122 and 4 3/4. Borderline Mobby on the outside trying to get past Odds-on Bullfrog, who's called on for more. And this pair continues to battle inside the final eighth. It's Borderline Mobby outside, Odds-on Bullfrog on the inside. Odds-on Bullfrog or Borderline Mobby. Odds-on Bullfrog refused to lose. Borderline Mobby second, Silver Walls third. Up the inside fourth, Redland Rocket Man 149 and 2. Finish order from the 10th. 5-8 scratch, 6-3-1, 4-7 and 2 on the bottom. Race 11 up next, where number 9, Delray Beach, goes steel to aluminum behind. Post time in 11 minutes. Here they are for race 11. Number 1 is codenamed Cigar Box. Travis Cullen in the bank for trainer Jody Cullen. Paul Sanders, A1 Stable, and Ron Cullen own. Trevor Henry is driving number 2, Don't Drop the Ball. Meg Crone for David McDuffie. Number 3, Soaring Now. Louis Watt, the controls. Vic Putty trains for Howmack Farms Limited. Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated. Mama Sunburn 4. Jonathan Drury drives. Carmen Osiello trains. Owner is Dan Serafian. What you looking at, the 5? Mark McDonald for trainer Dave Maneri. Paula Grayson owns. Number 6, Cool Creek Queso, driven by Travis Henry, sent out by Daniel Walker. Cool Creek Standardbred, the owners. Ed Hensley drives 7, Blue Bar. Jody Cullen trains for owner Travis Cullen. 8, Rapasso will be driven by J.R. Plante. Gary Murner trains for Ray Lasky. Andrew Harris, Numbered Company, Alberta Incorporated. Delray Beach, number 9, Bob McClure for trainer Corey Giles and owner Brad Gray. And Daryl Thiessen will be driving number 10, Nuclear. Harry Poulton trains for the stable Nuclear Group. That's your field for race 11. It's up next in 5 minutes.
Race number 11 on the track. If you closed off in that mid-pick 5, well done. That was a good one there. And we still got one more to go, too. That one's going to close off in race number 13. So best of luck if you're still moving forward. The 2-horse on the screen right now, that's Don't Drop the Ball. I got him in here for 3rd. Hasn't raced since June the 20th down in New Jersey. Going to make his first start out of the Meg Crone barn, coming from the nifty Norman stable. Looks like he's got some nice lines from last year, and looks like he's got some nice lines from this year. Got a mark of 50 and change. Going to be a nice little addition to the Crone stable, I would say. Looks sharp out there. 8-1 right now. I got him in for 3rd. The 3-horse Soaring Now, 9-2 on this guy right now. I got him in for 2nd. This is what I would consider to be a dangerous kind of a horse. He can chop miles. The odd time he'll get, he'll get picked off right on the end of it, but he can also race really, really well down in amongst them too. So very dangerous horse, can race at a very, very high level, this guy. So looking good in here for Louis Waugh. Louis's been in the winner's circle a few times tonight. The 4-horse, Mama Sunburn, was absolutely huge on end in his last start. This guy had like a rocket tied to him in that last quarter last week. He was absolutely flying, and you can see that 25-4 on the end of it. Sometimes he's not the most consistent of horses, but he's had 5 wins out of 20 starts so far this year since he's come up here to Carmen's barn. I think the horse has been racing extremely well, and I think he's in a class this week where he can do some damage, gets away from those non-winners of 20,000 into the non-winners of 9,000. Big drop down for this guy, and he's showing it on the odds board at 8-5. The 5 horse, What You Looking At, was a nice winner for Louis Waugh in his last. He left out of there, got him covered up, and he still had some movement on the end of it. Has to come up out of the non-winners of 6,000, but only up to non-winners of 9,000. Comes out of a sharp barn, looks good on the track, and the Double M picking himself up a live drive. The 6 horse I won't be using at 6-1 here tonight. Cold Creek Queso, hasn't raced since July the 4th, so I'm going to do a wait and see on him. Blue Bar, same sort of situation, hasn't raced since June the 27th, the 7 horse in here. So I'm going to take a wait and see on him as well at 52-1. Now, the 8 horse, Rapasso, J.R. Plant, I'm going to throw him in as a part of it, throw him in for 4th. He was racing really good in the non-winners of 6,000, non-winners of 9,000, and then took a big vault up to the non-winners of 24,000. Now makes his way back down to the non-winners of 9,000. I think he's liver in here. Delray Beach, won't be using this guy. He's getting his shoeing changed tonight, though. He's going to go from steel to aluminum in behind, even though that just coming off the qualifier there. So interesting shoeing change sent in by Corey Giles. And Nuclear, I thought he raced very, very well in his last start, but I won't be using him from the 10 hole. So my numbers in race number 11, 4, 3, 2, and 8. We'll be back to talk to you before race number 12. Keep it going with this night.
Race 11 to start that final pick 3, lining up behind the gate here, nearly at the top of the stretch now. Group of 10. Mama Sunburn. Slowly getting better. Showed some improvement a couple back. And was a fast-flying 3rd in his latest. And off of that effort, getting plenty of support here, and he's also getting to drop down. 7-5 on Mama Sunburn, was soaring now at 5-2. It's post time. Fields at the start. And away they go. They're off and pacing from the outside. Delray Beach darts out of there from the 9 hole. Down the center, what you looking at. Sprints out along with Mama Sunburn. Don't drop the ball into the top 4 outside 5th. That's Rapasso, and then codename Cigar Box. Further back we find Soaring Now, Cold Creek Queso, Blue Bar, and the early trailer Nuclear. What you looking at? Put on the lead here by Mark McDonald in front of race favorite Mama Sunburn, but Delray Beach, who lays parked out at a big price, is going to continue to drive on. 26-4 opening quarter, and Delray Beach up on the outside takes over from what you're looking at, and as he makes front, here's Drury on the move with Mama's Sunburn. In the backstretch, he gets his cue to go after the lead. Don't drop the ball in 4th, followed 5th by codename Cigar Box. Outside of that one, 6th is Rapasso on that one's cover. Soaring Now as Mama Sunburn takes over. Getting off the pylons to the outer flow is Cold Creek Queso. Blue Bar to the inside, and Nuclear starts up from last. Half reached in 55-1. Mama Sunburn takes a lead of nearly 2, heading to 5/8 now on Delray Beach. Rapasso's worked his way up to 3rd outside. Inside 4th is what you're looking at. 2nd over, Soaring Now to the inside, locked up. Don't drop the ball. From the backfield, Cold Creek Queso getting a bit closer as well. Codename Cigar Box, locked in and shuffled outside. Nuclear picks up a spot, new trailer, Blue Bar. Mama Sunburn, the leader to 3/4 and 123-1, and he comes off for the final turn, and Drury starts to go to work. Delray Beach in behind. On the outside is Rapasso trying to find a way through there. Don't drop the ball. He's got pace, but nowhere to go. From the backfield, Soaring Now along with Cold Creek Queso. It's Mama Sunburn starting to get tired. Here's Cold Creek Queso and Delray Beach. Cold Creek Queso on the outside, I believe, got up just in time to give Travis Henry his 3rd in the night, 150-4. We've got a win photo. Cold Creek Queso and Delray Beach. And in the win photo was number 6, Cold Creek Queso on the outside over the 9 Delray Beach, 6.943 unofficial. Eleventh race winner, number 6, Cold Creek Queso, is back in front of us. The 7-year-old bay gelding by Better Than Cheddar out of the Mach 3 Dam Mach Beth's Lady is owned by Cold Creek Standardbred, trained by Daniel Walker, and Travis Henry with his 3rd driving victory of the night. Cold Creek Queso, now 5 for 16 this year. Career score number 24. His latest off the pace clocked at 150-4. He gets up at 7-1. Race 11 payout, 6 Cold Creek Queso, 16.30, 7:53.90. Second number 9, Delray Beach, 20.30 and 7:30. Third number 4, Mama Sunburn, 260. $2 exacta, 932.80. $1 try, 1,154 and a quarter. $1 superfecta, $9,140. $2 double, 30.90. $1 pick 3, 23.80. 1,100 plus still live in the pick 4, just a little over 2,000 in the pick 5. Both those wagers continue next in race 12. at the start. And away they go. They're off and pacing from the outside. Delray Beach darts out of there from the 9-hole. Down the center, what you looking at. Sprints out along with Mama Sunburn. Don't drop the ball into the top 4 outside 5th. That's Rapasso. And then codename Cigar Box. Further back we find Soaring Now, Cold Creek Queso, Blue Bar, and the early trailer Nuclear. What you looking at? Put on the lead here by Mark McDonald in front of race favorite Mama Sunburn, but Delray Beach, who lays parked out at a big price, is going to continue to drive on. 26-4 opening quarter, and Delray Beach up on the outside takes over from what you're looking at, and as he makes front, here's Drury on the move with Mama's Sunburn. In the backstretch, he gets his cue to go after the lead. Don't drop the ball in 4th, followed 5th by codename Cigar Box. Outside of that one, 6th is Rapasso on that one's cover. Soaring Now as Mama Sunburn takes over. Getting off the pylons to the outer flow is Cold Creek Queso. Blue Bar to the inside, and Nuclear starts up from last. Half reached in 55-1. Mama Sunburn takes a lead of nearly 2, heading to 5/8 now on Delray Beach. Rapasso's worked his way up to 3rd outside. Inside 4th is what you're looking at. 2nd over, Soaring Now to the inside, locked up. Don't drop the ball. From the backfield, Cold Creek Queso getting a bit closer as well. Codename Cigar Box, locked in and shuffled outside. Nuclear picks up a spot, new trailer, Blue Bar. Mama Sunburn, the leader to 3/4 and 123-1, and he comes off for the final turn, and Drury starts to go to work. Delray Beach in behind. On the outside is Rapasso trying to find a way through there. Don't drop the ball. He's got pace, but nowhere to go. From the backfield, Soaring Now along with Cold Creek Queso. It's Mama Sunburn starting to get tired. Here's Cold Creek Queso and Delray Beach. Cold Creek Queso on the outside, I believe, got up just in time to give Travis Henry his 3rd in the night, 150-4. We've got a win photo. Cold Creek Queso and Delray Beach. Here's the finish order from tonight's 11th race. From the top, it goes 6-5-4, 3-9-1, 10-7-2, and 8 on the bottom. We're off to race 12 next to kick off our late double. Just note the number 2 Snack Attack. Chart lines are all up to date. Post times in 9 minutes. Here's the field for race 12. Number 1, Caviar Seacrest. Trevor Henry drives for trainer Jamie Copley, who owns with Darren and Dwayne Tingley. Ed Hensley drives number 2, Snack Attack, for trainer Ashley Hensley. Ashley and Ed, the owners. Daryl Thiessen driving number 3, Captain Fear Not. Kyle Fellows trains for Kathy Troy. 4 is Jack Panic. Travis Henry in the bike. Carmen Osceola for Dan Serafian. Lose World 5, Mark McDonald drives. Gary Murner trains. Gino Toscani owns. Louis Waugh, board number 6, it's Major. Mark McKinnon trains for Daniel Gaudreau and Dr. John Bradbury. 7 is Waterloo. Jonathan Drury drives for trainer Carmen Osceola. Michael and Pat Sergi along with David Phillips own. 8 is Blazing Cruiser. Phil Hudon for trainer Vic Putty. Halmack Farms Limited, the owner. Major Perry, the 9. J.R. Plon aboard. Jacques Dupont trains for Écurie CSL. And Bob McClure will be driving number 10. Why wouldn't you? Dave Brown trains and owns with Gary Brother. That's your 12th race. Field of Pacers to kick off our late double. It's coming up next in 5 minutes.
Race number 12 on the track. Race number 12 on a Saturday night, and we got 13 to go. So, if you're looking to cash any huge tickets, we're running out of time. We are all running out of time. Captain Fear Not, the 3-horse in this race, 2-1 right now. He's going to be my top pick in here. I had him up on top last week. Actually, the last 2 starts, I had him up on top. I don't think he's racing bad. Just think he's, maybe a little bit out of position. So I'm hoping that maybe Darryl might kind of get him into a little bit better position in here tonight. I think that this horse brings some serious speed to this race, serious open speed. But, the form hasn't been fantastic lately. 1 for 12 so far. But I do think that, he could come up with a much better one in here tonight. Looks like they're going to make a little bit of an adjustment on Captain Fear Not. And back he comes at the generous price at 2-1. So the 4-horse, Jack Panic, I won't be using him in here tonight. I did use him 4 starts down and actually used him again 2 starts down as well. But, his form is fantastically good right now. Travis Henry having a big night at the office, 3 wins already. So hopefully Travis can make it 4 in these 12th race. But I won't be using this guy 13-1. The 5-horse Lose World will be using this guy. Got him in for second, 3-1 on this guy coming out of the Murner camp. I thought that was a real nice effort he put up last week. Had the 7-hole, had missed some time, and Mark just went to the back with him, let him finish up on the end of it, and he comes with the last quarter in 26 flat. Start before that, he comes the last quarter in 25 and change. So he's going to bring some serious speed to this race. I got him in for the deuce. The 6-horse, It's Major. Louis Waugh picking up this one for Mark McKinnon. Just recently came back from a little bit of time off. He's had a couple of starts. He's going to take a little bit of a drop down. I'm going to put him in for 4th. He looks good out on the track, and I love the barn that he comes out of, but I'm going to take a wait and see on him. Just use him lightly in here. But he is taking good support right now at 2-1. I didn't really expect him to be taking that support in here, so that might be some alarm bells going off on the 6-horse. It's Major. The 7, I won't be using Waterloo. Been racing good, but I won't be using him in here. The 8-horse Blazing Cruiser also been racing good. Was a winner in his last start in the non-winners of 2,700, but that brings him back up to the non-winners of 6,000. I'm going to do a wait and see on the 8-horse at 34-1. The 9-horse I am going to use a bit. Major Perry, I thought it was a good race in his last one. He took a really long park and ended up paying for it right on the end of it from the 10 hole, but I still thought it was a really really good effort that he put in here. Looks good on the track. 16-1 on Major Perry coming out of the Jacques DuPont stable. Won't be using the 10 horse in here. Why wouldn't you? Nice horse, but the 10 hole is not going to help matters. The 1 horse won't be using him. Caviar Seacrest, first start Lasix for this Jamie Copley trainee coming off the Lone 1 qualifier. The 2 horse, I won't be using him in here, and the 3 horse Captain Fear Not, back to him. That is my top pick, and he is right now at 2-1. Best of luck, Daryl Thiessen, with this guy. So my numbers in race number 12, 3, 5, 9, and 6, and I'll be back to talk to you before race number 13, which is that race. That's the one with the jackpot high five if you're looking to play it. Best of luck in here.
Winding down on our Saturday card, 2 more to go. Race 12, here's where Andy talked about, kicks off the late double. 9-5 on 3, Captain Fear Not. Kyle Fellows kicked off the card with back-to-back wins in search of his 3rd. Couple of 5-2 shots in the center of the gate in Lou's World and its Major. Rest of the field are all double digits. It's post time for race number 12. Field all lined up and gathering speed to the start. Here they come. Away they go. They're off and pacing. It's Major. Darts out of there for Wah, going after the early command, but Jack Panic chased out to get into the top 2. Captain Fear Not in behind that one. To the inside is Snack Attack. And then followed 5th by Caviar Seacrest. Parked out is Major Perry. Now he's going to settle in 6th along the pylons in front of Lou's World. Further back we find Waterloo, Blazing Cruiser, and Why Wouldn't Ya? 25-3. Snappy opening panel. It's Major with the quick speed. Takes them into the backstretch with Jack Panic 2nd. Captain Fear Not is 3rd, and it's Snack Attack 4th. Then we've got a break of 5 lengths to Caviar Seacrest. He's 5th, followed 6th by Major Perry. 7th one, Lou's World. Back in 8th, it's Waterloo. Next to last, 9th is Blazing Cruiser, trailing 10th. Why Wouldn't Ya? It's Major keeps the speed legit up front here, 53-4. Jack Panic, his closest rival, with Captain Fear Not 3rd and brought to the outside on the attack. Snack Attack to the inside 4th. Swinging to the outside 5th is Major Perry, and following him is Lou's World. Further back, Caviar Seacrest, Waterloo, and then Blazing Cruiser and Why Wouldn't Ya? 3/4 is next. Captain Fear Not outside now matches strides with its Major 121-4 to the 3rd panel. And Captain Fear Not and Thiessen now poking ahead in front of the pace setter. It's Major, and off cover is Jack Panic at a big price, trying to chase down this new leader. In behind horses, Major Perry, Lou's World from the back. Captain Fear Not, though, leads 2 with a 16th to go, and Captain Fear Not won't be caught. It's Captain Fear Not for the win. Jack Panic just holds on to 2nd from Lou's World. The Major Perry, 149-1. Unofficial top 4 posted, 3, 4, 5, 9. 12th race winner, number 3, Captain Fear Not. Back in front of us. 5-year-old bay gelding by Captain Crunch. Out of the Ponder Dam, Michaela Rose is owned by Kathy Troy. Trained to victory by Kyle Fellows, who has now sent out 3 winners on the card. Daryl Thiessen guides the latest. Captain Fear Not, 2 for 13 this year. 13th career score, 149-1 for Captain Fear Not in the 12th. Here are the payouts from race 12. Winner number 3, Captain Fear Not, 810, 522.90. Second number 4, Jack Panic, 1033.40. Third 5, Lose World, 240. $2 exact to 76.70. Dollar try, 106.75. Dollar superfecta, 339.15. The $2 double pays 78.70. Dollar pick, 391.35. Live money heading to the final leg. The pick 4, 195.12. Pick 5, 347.29. Field all lined up and gathering speed to the start. Here they come. Away they go. They're off in pacing. It's Major Major. Darts out of there for Wah, going after the early command, but Jack Panic chased out to get into the top 2. Captain Fear Not in behind that one. To the inside is Snack Attack. And then followed 5th by Caviar Seacrest. Parked out is Major Perry. Now he's going to settle in 6th along the pylons in front of Lose World. Further back we find Waterloo, Blazing Cruiser, and Why Wouldn't Ya? 25-3. Snappy opening panel. It's Major Major with the quick speed. Takes them into the backstretch with Jack Panic 2nd. Captain Fear Not is third, and it's Snack Attack fourth. Then we've got a break of 5 lengths to Caviar Seacrest. He's fifth, followed sixth by Major Perry. Seventh one, Lose World. Back in eighth, it's Waterloo. Next to last, ninth is Blazing Cruiser, trailing 10th. Why Wouldn't Ya? It's Major keeps the speed legit up front here, 53 and 4. Jack Panic, his closest rival, with Captain Fear Not third and brought to the outside on the attack. Snack Attack to the inside fourth. Swinging to the outside fifth is Major Perry. And following him is Lose World. Further back, Caviar Seacrest, Waterloo. And then Blazing Cruiser and Why Wouldn't Ya? 3/4 is next. Captain Fear Not outside now matches strides with its Major 121 and 4 to the third panel. And Captain Fear Not and Thiessen now poking ahead in front of the pace setter. It's Major. And off cover is Jack Panic at a big price, trying to chase down this new leader. In behind horses, Major Perry, Lose World from the back. Captain Fear Not, though, leads 2 with a 16th to go. And Captain Fear Not won't be caught. It's Captain Fear Not for the win. Jack Panic just holds on to second from Lose World. The Major Perry, 149 and 1. Here's how they all finished in race 12 from the top down. It reads 7, 6, 1, 2, 3, 5, 10, 8, 4, 9 on the bottom. 13th and final up next. Jackpot High Five carryover at more than $41,000. No changes, post time in 10 minutes.
Well, here it is, race number 13. We promised it to you earlier on in the night, and here it is. Kind of an interesting night. We got to see, don't often get to see the best fillies and mares race on the same night as some of the best colts, but we got that there tonight. Irvin Hanover was in the winner's circle in the Open, and we also saw Let's Enjoy making her way back into the winner's circle too for the fillies and mares as well. So interesting kind of a night. J.R. Plant, I think he had himself a nice win tonight, maybe even 2. Travis Henry really stole the show tonight. He had at least 3 tonight. A few of them going to be working on some 4s here. Daryl Thiessen always already in the winner's circle tonight as well. So some of the regulars not here tonight, and there was a couple of guys there stepped up and took the bull by the horn. So well done to them. So let's move on to this race number 13, the last race of the night. I'm going to go Franco Santana. Going to keep riding this J.R. Plant wagon right till the end. And right now he is 6-5. I honestly do believe, they qualified him back on July the 6th. And then they come out with him 5 days later on July the 11th. And I got a feeling that, he was probably told by the connections, listen, just, this horse is coming back on a 5-day rotation. Don't be crazy with him. And I think that that's the trip JR gave him. Now he takes a big drop into the non-winners, the 2,500. This is a horse that brings a lot of speed. You can see 49 and change last year, 50 this year. Not too many horses on this page show that kind of speed. So I'm going to go Franco Santana, the same as the rest of them in here. Yes, he's a sweep, except for Gislan. He's going to go to Scammer, who's going to be my second pick in this race coming from the Rod Hughes camp. I think he's racing quite well and moves down a little bit post position-wise. In for third, I got R.J. Ringo for Todd Ratchford. I think this guy's been getting a little bit over-raced, so I think that, if Ratchford finds an easy trip, I think he'll fire good on the end of it. Living the Beach Life, going to throw him in for fourth, and Larceny will finish it off for me. This is the Jackpot High Five race with a carryover of over $41,000 to seed that pool if you're looking to play along. 6, 3, 5, 2, and 4 are going to be my numbers in here. So this will do it for me for tonight. If you want to come tune in tomorrow night, Sunday, we got another 10 races for you tomorrow night. First post, 6:30. And if you want to tune in a little bit earlier, the pre-show at 5:45 starts tomorrow night with me. So here's the first 13th race on the track. Everybody get home safe. Next voice you hear will be that of Chad Rosema.
Let's meet the field for race 13. Number 1 is Crazy World. Trevor Henry for owner-trainer Kathy Chikeen. Living the Beach Life. Number 2, Louis Wadrazik. Buddy trains Gordon McDonald, Christopher Boland, and Limco Incorporated are the owners. Rod Hughes sends out the 3 Scammer for owner Sarah Emery and the bike Tyler Jones. We're going to go to 5, RJ Ringo next, it looks like. Todd Ratchford driving for trainer Ruth Moore, who owns with Jim Hasty. Number 6 is Franco Santana. J.R. Plant drives for trainer Chantel Mitchell. Kevin Harvey, the owner. Mike Horner trains and drives number 7, Hazy Coast, for Mark Horner, Doug Wilson. Mike Horner also sending out number 8, Beach Tour, for REW Equine Incorporated and Mark Horner, Mark McDonald between the wheels. Number 9 is Control the Power. Travis Henry drives for owner-trainer David Snowden. Here's the 10, Jimmy Whispers. Jonathan Drury in tow. Carmen Osiello trains for Scott Sargentson and Osiello Stables. And Carmen Osiello also training number 4, Larceny. Stephen Klinowski owns, Daryl Thiessen, the driver. That's your field for race number 13 to close things out on a Saturday night. High Five finale coming your way in 5 minutes. Two minutes until post time. 2 minutes. Starter now calls the field of the gate for race 13 as we close things out on our Saturday program. Group of 10 in the high five finale. 4-5 on 6 Franco Santana. Ideal draw. Second time back after missing nearly a month of action. Had some issues in a start at Grand River, but a decent qualifier and a decent enough start in his latest. Now he gets to drop down as well. J.R. Plant in the bike for trainer Chantel Mitchell. Inside, living the beach life in Scammer, getting some support as well at 4-1. It's post time for race 13. Starting gate swings to the top of the stretch. Field of 10 all lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing in the Saturday finale. And there goes R.J. Ringo, leaving out of there quickly along with the favorite Franco Santana. That's your quickest pair in front of us. Then living the beach life along the inside. Outside of that one, fourth is Beach Tour. From the pole position, Crazy World gets away fifth. Parked out in sixth is Larceny looking for a seat. To the inside of that one comes Scamroo's now going to shoot through and take over a position. That one's going to get away sixth. So Larceny tucks seventh, 25-4 opening quarter. Further back, it's Hazy Coast, being followed by Control the Power and Jimmy Whispers. It's Franco Santana leading the charge into the backstretch, nearly 2 in front of R.J. Ringo, with Beach Tour third and Living the Beach Life fourth. Crazy World is fifth, and on the move at a fourth, Living the Beach Life. And then to the outer flow, that's Crazy World to follow. And on his back, Scammer. Scooting through up the inside is Larceny. Then 5 more to Hazy Coast. Coming to the outside of that one now, Control the Power. Another 5 to the trailer, Jimmy Whispers. Half reached in 53-3. Franco Santana putting up some big fractions. Still leads 2 with 3/8 to go. R.J. Ringo trying his best to stay with him. Then a break of 4 to Beach Tour outside, Living the Beach Life. And Crazy World. Wide around that one now is Scammer. To the inside is Larceny. And at the back, Control the Power, Hazy Coast and Jimmy Whispers. 120 and 2 3/4. Franco Santana on top a couple. R.J. Ringo at 15-1. The only one that appears to be within range right now. Ratchford's going to try to call on him. Franco Santana still leading. R.J. Ringo on the outside. Not at the wheel yet. Franco Santana still there. R.J. Ringo, one final chance. Franco Santana just holds on. Franco Santana from R.J. Ringo and Larceny in 1:49-1. Six, 5, 4, 8, and 3 unofficial. Let's meet the winner of the race 13, number 6, Franco Santana. 6-year-old bay gelding by Captain Treacherous out of the Western Ideal Dam San Rafael, owned by Kevin Harvey. Trained by Chantel Mitchell, driven to victory by J.R. Plant, 2 on the night for J.R. Franco Santana 2 for 10 this year. That's his 8th career score, 149-1, a new lifetime mark. Race 13 payouts. Number 6, Franco Santana, 250, 210, 210. Second 5, RJ Ringo, 670, 340. Third, number 4, Larceny, 720. $2 exacta, 1020. $1 try, 39.70. $1 super, 307.60. Jackpot high 5 for a buck, 1,663.55. Carry over to Sunday, $49,047.14. 16.70 on the $2 late double. And the $1 multis, pick 3, 60, 60. Pick 4, 170, 140. Pick 5, 224, 60. That does it for a busy Saturday night here at Mohawk Park. Thanks for being with us, everybody. Hopefully everybody enjoyed their night. Weekend continues tomorrow with more racing action. 10 Dash is starting at 6:30 with the pregame show at 5:45. Hopefully you can join us then. Thanks again for being with us, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your evening. Good night. Top of the stretch. Field of 10 all lined up. Here they come. And away they go. They're off and pacing in the Saturday finale. And there goes RJ Ringo, leaving out of there quickly along with the favorite Franco Santana. That's your quickest pair in front of us. Then Living the Beach Life along the inside. Outside of that one, 4th is Beach Tour. From the pole position, Crazy World gets away 5th. Parked out in 6th is Larceny looking for a seat. To the inside of that one comes Scamroos. Now going to shoot through and take over position. That one's going to get away 6th. So Larceny tucks 7th. 25 and 4 opening quarter. Further back, it's Hazy Coast, being followed by Control the Power and Jimmy Whispers. It's Franco Santana leading the charge into the backstretch, nearly 2 in front of RJ Ringo, with Beach Tour 3rd and Living the Beach Life 4th. Crazy World is 5th, and on the move at a 4th, Living the Beach Life. And then to the outer flow, that's Crazy World to follow. And on his back, Scammer. Scooting through up the inside is Larceny. Then 5 more to Hazy Coast. Coming to the outside of that one now, Control the Power. Another 5 to the trailer, Jimmy Whispers. Half reached in 53-3. Franco Santana putting up some big fractions. Still leads 2 with 3/8 to go. RJ Ringo trying his best to stay with him. Then a break of 4 to Beach Tour outside, living the beach life. And Crazy World wide around that one now is Scammer. To the inside is Larceny. And at the back, Control the Power, Hazy Coast, and Jimmy Whispers. 120 and 2 3/4. Franco Santana on top a couple. RJ Ringo at 15-1. The only one that appears to be within range right now. Ratchford's going to try to call on him. Franco Santana still leading. RJ Ringo on the outside. Not at the wheel yet. Franco Santana still there. RJ Ringo, one final chance. Franco Santana just holds on. Franco Santana from RJ Ringo and Larceny at 149-1.